There we go. Good now? Okay. All right. Good afternoon. I would like to call this meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education to order at 4 p.m. and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 3. Good evening. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education to order at 6 p.m. on May 28th. The board met in closed session and there was no action taken. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Instead of using the Zoom platform, we'll be using the Cosumnes Community Service District's CCSD streaming service. You can access the live stream link from the district's website or directly through the CCSD's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. The public comment process will shift to in-person while utilizing the temporary live stream platform. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Requests made to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. And now, Isabella Segal is going to read our land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Mr. Chairman? Testing, okay. I heard something new just right now regarding if we have more than 30 consent or individuals speaking on the subject, that we're going to reduce our time to 1 minute.
Yes, that is not a new practice. I've been reading that since I've been president.
Well, no, I disagree with that. We usually vote on that issue when we get the total numbers, and we decide as a group, as a board,
We voted
either
on
hear
that.
them all for all 3 minutes, or that was it. And if so, when did we vote on that issue? And also, is that in our governance book?
Mr. Pettis, we discussed that for a full year before adopting it as part of our updated governance handbook in December of last year.
Nope. Like I said, what day did we vote on this issue? We had many people at this
film, Mr. Pettis.
We had many people at prior meetings discussing context of books, and we went beyond 30 people. We had 40 people giving
Mr. Pettis.
3-minute testimonies to this subject matter.
Mr.
That
Pettis,
subject
this was
matter.
voted
If you're changing
on.
that,
I am not
you're taking
changing
away
that.
the freedom of speech and visibility and
Thank
et
you.
cetera.
Point taken. Moving on. I would now like to call on Miss Alicia Carter, and Principal Sharon Hamlin to come to the podium. Thank you. No. Hi there. We're going to read a few things for you before you join us and lead us in the flag salute. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Albiani.
Thank you. Arthur C. Butler Elementary School is honored to recognize Miss Alicia Carter as our education partner. Miss Carter is the mother of Evelyn in 4th grade and Tobias in 2nd grade. She has been a member of the Butler community for the last 5 years since Evie was in transitional kindergarten. Mrs. Carter is a supportive member of our school community. She volunteers regularly in her children's classrooms and during school events such as the book fair. Mrs. Carter greets everyone she encounters with a warm smile as she brings Evie and Tobias to school each morning. Likewise, she always makes time to pass through the office to spread her joy. In addition to supporting school, Mrs. Carter also volunteers regularly at her church. She is active in both the children's program and the moms group. In her spare time, she enjoys reading classic literature, walking, and crafting. Mrs. Alicia Carter's dedication to our school demonstrates the value of community engagement and promotes a culture of collaboration and support. Arthur Butler's elementary school is grateful for the many ways Mrs. Carter enriches our school community, and we are so happy to recognize her this evening. You want to go ahead and lead the flag salute now?
Nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. If you can stand up there, we have something for you. Don't leave yet.
How are you? Good.
Okay, next I would like to call up Mr. Rod Edmiston, who is probably standing outside. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
We'd like to go ahead and turn it on over to you for our academic recognition of spring student
Thank you.
athletes and coaches.
Oh my gosh. Good evening, Board. President Jamerson, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. This evening, I'm honored to present to you the spring GPA champions of the Elk Grove Unified School District. These student athletes not only excel in their athletic activity, but they are also outstanding students in the classroom. The following teams had the highest grade point average at their schools this spring. At this time, I would like to introduce the coach and captains of our GPA spring champions. Cosumnes Oaks High School, men's tennis, team GPA 4.2, Coach Chris Wall, Captains Vigram Law and Arshviz Dahanto. Elk Grove High School, men's tennis, GPA 3.37, Coach Brian Benson, Captains Carter Benson and Will Hick, men. Florin High School, men's golf, team GPA 3.45, Coach John Osley, Captains Juby Lee and Tamajan Vang. Franklin High School could not be in attendance tonight, but their team was softball, was a team GPA of 3.65, and John Goodell was their coach, and Emily Asmar and Michaela Orlado were the captains. Laguna Creek High School, team softball, team GPA 3.8, Coach Rick Jensen, captains Madeline Brewer and Madeline Hart. Monterey Trail High School, men's tennis, team GPA 4.12, Coach Aiden Ford, captains Aiden Thao and Johnny Trin. Pleasant Grove High School, team swimming, team GPA 3.62, Coach Stephanie O'Neill, captains Noah Harrison and Cassie Parsons. Sheldon High School, men's swimming, team GPA 4.01, Coach Brittany Teams, captains Aiden C. and Alex Chung.
Very good.
Valley High School, co-ed tennis, team GPA 3.72, Coach John Andorf, Captain Jacob Vang. And Sharshira Avizbekova. She made it. Thank you, Board.
Congratulations. Good work. All right. Next, I'd like to call on Ms. Sue Hubbard for our Future Farmers of America student recognition. And she'll be helped out by Ms. Albiani.
Thank you so much.
I wasn't saying that.
All right. Good evening, President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Career Technical Student Organizations, or CTSOs, have a significant impact on students' overall college and career readiness. According to the National Research Center for Career Technical Education, students participating in leadership and professional development activities in a CTSO raise student educational aspirations. Students who participate in a CTSO demonstrate higher levels of academic engagement, motivation, civic engagement, career self-efficacy, and employability skills. In addition to supporting FFA, Future Farmers of America, our district currently supports HOSA, which is Health Occupation Students of America, and Skills USA. But tonight, it's about FFA. This CTSO is an integral component of our agriculture and natural resource CTE pathways. FFA is not just for students who want to be production farmers. FFA also welcomes members who aspire to careers as teachers, doctors, scientists, business owners, and more. 4 of our high schools offer comprehensive high school programs with courses and pathways in agricultural business, ag mechanics, agriculture and animal science, forestry and natural resource, ornamental horticulture, plant and soil science. These students being acknowledged tonight have achieved the highest level of competition in California and nationally, competing against students from over 300 FFA chapters throughout the state in categories such as public speaking, marketing plans, agri-science research projects. In fact, this year we have the honor of recognizing a national champion team. Recognition at these levels requires a significant amount of time after school and on weekends from both students and ag instructors for practice, preparation, and competing in qualifying events. I'm here tonight to ask for recognition of the Elk Grove Unified School District students who competed and won first place in Future Farmers of America state and national competitions this school year. And now I'd like to present the students from Elk Grove and Pleasant Grove High School with certificates of recognition. For the first group from Elk Grove High School, the national champions of the marketing plan, and this is at the National FFA Convention. We have Gracie Morrow, Alyssa Nolan, and Madison Mikado. Our state champion farm business management and the state finals at Cal Poly, we have Madeline Fiskdahl, Natalie Phillips, Presley Clement, and Kimmy Musling. Our state champion with ag issues, the state finals at Cal Poly, we have Kylie Hogue, Delaney De Silva, Savannah McGee, Camilla Garibaldi, Alexis Yont, and Abby Schoenthal. All right, and our state champion for milk products at the Cal Poly State Finals, we have Mari Clift, Jane Sessions, Amber Barnett, and Chloe Hucker. Our state champion agri-science for power structure at the FFA State Conference, we have Lacey Johnson here tonight. And for state champion agri-science animal science at the FFA State Conference, we have Braden Fiskdahl. These are our students from Elk Grove. All right, and now we'd like to introduce our FFA students from Pleasant Grove High School. For the AET Farm Records at the FFA State Finals, we have Ryan Dillon, Alyssa Luna, and Abby Moraes. And then agri-science for animal systems at the state is Chloe Reynolds. Great job, Pleasant Grove. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Mr. Ross for LGBTQ Pride Month.
Good evening, Board President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I am here tonight to present Resolution 68, recognizing June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Pride Month is a time to commemorate the Stonewall Uprising and to celebrate and uplift LGBTQ plus people across the globe. Various events are held during this special month to recognize the influence of LGBTQ plus people have had on societies and to celebrate diverse sexual and gender identities. Pride Month is also an opportunity to peacefully protest and raise awareness of the current issues facing the community, including the stigmas of LGBTQ plus people face for simply being who they are. By recognizing Pride Month, the district supports policies, practices, and curricula that honor and respect LGBTQ plus students, staff, and their families to ensure that our schools are safe and affirming spaces for all members of the community. The Genders and Sexualities Alliance Clubs, GSAs, are one such way to ensure students have a safe place on campus, and our GSA students tell us how important it is to foster friendships, allyships, and advocacy of rights not just during June, but throughout the whole school year. I respectfully ask the board to adopt Resolution 68, recognizing June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we do. All right. So first up is Jonathan Cook, followed by Kirk.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Cook. I'm the president of the Stonewall Democrats of Greater Sacramento, and just wanted to support this resolution. It's critical that we show these visible signs of support for diverse communities and celebrate the great diversity that exists in Elk Grove Unified and across our Greater Sacramento region. So thank you for providing this visible support, affirming the value of each of the teachers, staff, families, parents, and students in Elk Grove who identify as LGBTQ. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kirk, followed by Jax Sapp.
Hi. I'm not here today to speak out against this Pride Month declaration because that would be a waste of time. I'm not going to stand in the way of a vote that will make you all feel virtuous and morally superior. Pursuit of happiness is in the Declaration of Independence after all, and if being a hypocrite when it comes to gay rights makes you all feel happy, even for a little while, well then by all means. I'm here today to call out that hypocrisy. On April 16th, the National Institutes of Health, you remember them, the people we were told for years were the science, they put out a study showing that, quote, individuals who underwent gender-affirming surgery had a 12-fold higher suicide attempt risk than those who did not, end quote. In March 2024, the Mayo Clinic studied the effects of puberty blockers on young boys and found mild to severe atrophy in their testicles, which led one of the lead authors of the study to doubt the reversibility of the effects these drugs have. In other words, these boys were likely sterilized before they could even hit puberty. Another study out of the Netherlands, also in April 2024, showed that most kids experiencing doubts about their gender grow out of that doubt before age 25. This backs up a study that was completed nearly 20 years ago that showed 88% of gender dysphoric kids grow out of their gender dysphoria as a result of puberty. That 20-year-old study also showed that nearly half of the kids who grew out of their gender dysphoria, turns out they were just gay. And that is why it is hypocritical for this board to be passing a Pride Month declaration. Based on the science, half of trans kids are just gay kids confused about their sexuality. But this board has been relentless in their promotion of kids maintaining their dysphoria, encouraging kids to take drugs that have a high likelihood of sterilizing these kids or at least doing permanent physical damage. All this with the long-term goal that they should choose gender reassignment surgeries, which we now know leads to a 12 times higher risk of suicide. In the 2000s and early 2010s, when I was in college and just out of college, the drugging and mutilation of young gay people in the hopes they would become something different than what they are, that had a name, conversion therapy. But go ahead and vote yes on this declaration, because after all, it's about making you all feel good about yourselves. And that's really what's important. Happy Pride Month.
All right. Next up is Jax Sapp, followed by Heidi.
Good afternoon or evening. Recognition of Pride Month not only supports LGBTQ kids, but is also a way to educate those outside the community, to make visible the actual diversity of our community, rather than caricatures and stereotypes portrayed in both the mainstream and the underground medias. Pride Month lends a transparency to our community, which crosses ideological, racial, and political lines. It reveals members of the community as neighbors, co-workers, public servants, as fellow citizens of this city, state, and country, as real people. Pride Month offers an opportunity for parents to open dialogue with their children regarding the feelings towards LGBTQ people. For those children and young adults wanting to come out to their parents, these conversations can assure them they live in a safe home with unconditional love. Or it can confirm that they live in a situation where shelter and affection are conditionally allocated and where parents have outwardly expressed they will not be safe to remain. Pride Month gives parents the opportunity to let their children know exactly what kind of parents they are and what kind of family these children are in. Thank you.
And last one is Heidi.
Thank you so much. As you plan to vote on this year's Pride resolution, I would like to draw your attention to the statement within the resolution that states, quote, whereas transgender, nonconforming, and gender diverse students have the right to have their names, pronouns, facility needs, and participation in school athletics and activities be affirmed in their schools, end quote. Within that statement, the district makes it clear that they support biological boys participating in girls' sports, and additionally that you support biological boys being allowed in girls' safe spaces such as bathrooms and locker rooms. A few meetings ago, Mr. Vargas referenced the women's suffrage movement. I'm glad he referenced the women's suffrage movement because it was an important movement in history where women of many different ethnicities fought for years to have the right to vote. The women's suffrage movement is just one example of years of advocacy and sacrifices made by women in history to bring equal rights for women. Another example of women advocating for equality to their male counterparts was in their efforts to have women's competitive sports. Even after Title IX was passed into legislation, there was lack of implementation legislation that would specify how Title IX would be implemented and to ensure the legislation was not eroded by self-interest groups. In 1974, approximately 60 women's and feminist groups formed a coalition called the Education Task Force, which later became the National Coalition for Women and Girls in Education. The persistence and dedication of this coalition's efforts is what made Title IX successful. There were still many advancements made after that time that allowed women's sports to be elevated to a status equal to men. I'm afraid that your resolution, which encourages biological boys to participate in girls' sports, is a huge step backwards for girls and women. Have we forgotten all the sacrifices made by women throughout history that have brought us to this point where girls can work hard to excel in their own sports, which should be a fair competition exclusive to women? Why would we encourage boys to overtake girls' sports when so many women have sacrificed so much for girls to have the rights they have today? That does not seem inclusive or progressive to me. That seems regressing in history where women's voices were disregarded and they were valued as less than men. I'm also concerned about biological boys being allowed in girls' safe spaces such as locker rooms, when there have been several instances of boys exposing their genitalia, physical or sexual assault, or even raping girls in bathrooms or locker rooms. And finally, I would just like to mention that although your resolution sounds inclusive and even mentions collaboration with families, I think parents need to know that within the inclusive LGBTQ curriculum and library books that you speak of, you are encouraging middle schoolers to keep secrets from parents and to seek sex with strangers and even adults using sex apps. You have also previously encouraged second and third graders to keep secrets from their parents about a lunchtime club. Even more concerning, the district has written a plan to socially transition students as young as 5 without any obligation to tell parents. Why does your definition of inclusivity exclude parents? I would hope that all parents could agree that they want their kids to be safe.
Your time is up. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And that is all the blue cards we have on that item.
I would now like to call for a motion to, I apologize. I know you wanted to make a comment. Okay. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 68, recognizing June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vargas, second by Mr. Yang. Yes.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion over the last year with respect to the resolutions we've had with respect to LGBTQ kids. For me, it is not, and it never has been an issue as to whether or not I accept the lifestyle or not. It's about providing a safe environment. It's providing safety. It's providing love. But with what we have in front of us tonight, there is a clause that I don't agree with, and important to me as a member of the board that I speak out on that issue. Title IX was heralded as a recognition of the importance of protections for girls. Today, what we are seeing is many girls that have worked very, very hard in their sports do not have the opportunity to place first because of the unfair competition of boys. I believe that it's important to provide protection for all people. And young girls also should be afforded protection. That's what Title IX was all about. Again, it is important to provide safe environments. I believe we do that. It is important for us to be aware of the social emotional needs of kids. I believe we do that. And I believe that it's important for all kids to be protected within the construct of the school. And therefore, as we vote, I will vote no on this resolution.
Mr. Vargas?
Sure. Okay, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time sort of addressing some of the misinformation. Just two real quick points on the Title IX issue. One, this is the law. The law in California is that transgender students are entitled to participate in sports. That is also the law nationally. And so we're going to continue, I would imagine we're going to continue doing that. Also, I just want to caution my colleague when we refer to transgender individuals, particularly transgender girls, we do not call them boys. That is not an acceptable thing to say. So just next time, be a little bit more careful with your language. Beyond that, I would just say I'm glad we're doing this again this year. I think it is a strong statement that not only we, but so many other jurisdictions are doing Pride Month resolutions, raising the Pride flag, and hosting Pride celebrations this year. The reality is these past few years have been tough for our kids. According to a national survey on the mental health of LGBTQ young people published by the Trevor Project, 90% of LGBTQ plus teenagers reported that their emotional well-being was negatively impacted by the politicization of LGBTQ rights over the past 2 years. These policies include forced outing policies, bans on gender-affirming care, and bans on LGBTQ inclusive books. The report goes on to reveal that this politicized environment, LGBTQ students are being blocked from necessary healthcare access, experiencing more bullying at schools, and having an increased suicidal ideation. So this is what is going on. The politicization of these issues is having a real impact. And this Pride Month resolution is both a statement of our values and a reassurance to our community that that is not who we are. And that our students, staff, and community need to hear that we are and will remain a safe place to live, work, and learn. In that spirit, I actually want to focus on all of the good work that we're doing because I am beyond pleased that this district is backing up our words with actions. For starters, we have LGBTQ inclusive curriculum, LGBTQ books in libraries, GSAs on most of our campuses, an LGBTQ plus employee resource group, and we scored the highest in all of Northern California on Equality California's school climate survey. This year, we expanded our staff professional development opportunities on LGBTQ inclusion so that more staff members will have access to information to better support our LGBTQ plus students. We continue to support gender and sexuality alliance clubs, at all of our middle and high schools, along with rainbow clubs at more than half a dozen of our elementary schools, to give students a safe place to be themselves and build community with their classmates. We facilitated a system-wide GSA advisory council and an LGBTQ+ youth summit to allow students to build community across campuses. We provided family workshops and shared community resources on LGBTQ inclusion to help build stronger families and community relationships. We provided critical staff training on gender support plans and distributed resource cards to our campuses for students who need access to that information. We continue to partner with local LGBTQ+ organizations such as the Trans Queer Youth Collective, PFLAG, and the Sacramento LGBT Center to ensure that students, LGBTQ students and allies have access to additional enrichment opportunities and events. And we applied for and received grants to provide additional resource books on LGBTQ+ law, history, and culture and support available to both students and staff. EGUSD has been a quiet pioneer on LGBTQ issues for at least the past decade, and we should celebrate that progress. And finally, on a less happy note, but just a reminder, we should remember that these policies and programs will only be as successful as the teachers and staff who carry them out. Remember that these professionals are targets of bad faith political actors, as we saw earlier this year at Pleasant Grove Elementary. We can and must always do more to defend them and ensure that they are also safe and welcome on our campuses. Thank you.
I would now like to call the question. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving resolution number 68, recognizing June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, student expulsion and voluntary transfer recommendations. Is there anyone who would like to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion? With that, I would then like to call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsion.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. I would now like to call for a motion to approve the request for return from student expulsion.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'd now like to move on to public comment for items not on the agenda.
All right, we have 3 speakers. So the first up is Dr. Jazz Kaur, followed by Greg Tate. Did I get your name right that time?
You did.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you
Thank
so
you.
much. Just want to say good evening to the board, and I am here again this evening to advocate for Franklin Elementary. I would like to start off by acknowledging Mr. Fine for providing current school year student support attendance information through April for Franklin. Also, Mr. Ross for providing listing of the 22 of the 42 elementary schools that have part-time counselors at their school sites. Superintendent Hoffman for reaching out via email after the May 7th board meeting. I appreciate you engaging in the dialogue of concerning and of this complex matter. I really do. Thank you. While the dialogue has started, the following continues to be unaddressed in our dialogue, and I want the collective to be aware. Board, district, and legal compliance with Government Code Section 6250 for responding timely to public records requests, specifically, where is this information on the district's website? Also, legal's clarification on if there were 12 applicants in EdJoin and if they were all qualified, these are the school counseling positions, and were they all interviewed for Franklin Elementary in this past school year? Legal's clarification on their prior response if 8 or 10 schools received new counselors in school year 23-24. Also, while we learned there are 22 schools that have counselors, we still have not received the report data that was used to determine placement of these elementary counselors. Now, several of these questions were initially asked on April 3rd, and there's been a lot of email communication, but they're not getting responded to. So, I don't know if your legal counsel is not aware of being compliant with Government Section Code 6250. Also, I would still like explanation as to our school board member, Gina Jamerson, why she is not able to comment and or respond on Franklin Elementary inquiries. And as she is now also serving as the board president, I can understand if the school was not in her jurisdiction, but she is the board president. So there's some kind of a conflict there. So this evening, other than myself, there are other parents, teachers, students, PTA, and community attendees that have come together to demonstrate unity for our community to help show support for our school site council being assigned to Franklin Elementary. We do know that there are 11 there. Maybe somebody can be shared with Franklin, because we do know that that is soft money, and that soft money will run out. So it would be nice if we had somebody by the start of the next school year. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Greg Tate, followed by Kirk.
Good evening, board members. I'm Greg Tate, and I am now a sixth grader. I am also a member. I was a member of my student leadership team. I'm at Franklin Elementary. I am here to talk about the problems that are happening at Franklin. So, some people like myself are getting bullied, made fun of, and challenged. This is why we need a counselor going into the 2024-25 school year. Thank you for listening, and please take action, just not for myself, but for all the people of Franklin Elementary.
And last up is Kirk.
All right. So now that you've all been able to demonstrate your virtue, I hope you're feeling better about yourselves. Let's talk about how you betrayed young women of EGUSD with your Pride Proclamation. In February 2024, this board recognized March as Women's History Month, wherein you stated, quote, "The role of women in history has been underrepresented in the body of American and world history." As someone with a history degree, 100% agree the role of women in world history is not talked about enough, and unfortunately, when it is talked about, it revolves around their sexual promiscuity rather than tangible sacrifices they made. With this Pride Proclamation, this board stated transgender students have the right to participate in school athletics, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. Now, that part of the proclamation did concern me, since I spent 4 years on my high school's track team in Idaho. I was captain of my high school cross country team, and I wrestled at a weight class where, since there was no girls division at the time, girls who did wrestle tended to end up in my tournament bracket. So since I'd never competed against girls in track, except for practice, I decided to check the times of the girls state champions in my track events, the 3,200 meter and 1,600 meter runs, in Idaho in 2001, the year I graduated high school. Yes, I'm old, whatever. No. Now, my best time ever in the 3,200 meter was 10 minutes and 51 seconds and 5 minutes and 10 seconds in the 1,600 meter. Lo and behold, I would have been state champion in both races that year had I been allowed to run against the girls. Now, I'm not telling you this to pat myself on the back. Quite the contrary. I didn't qualify for the state track meet that year. I was a mediocre athlete at best. I have always been a mediocre athlete at every sport I've competed in, from running to wrestling to MMA. However, had I been allowed to compete against girls, I would have robbed young women of opportunities to stand out and have their names be recorded in history as someone who was the best at what they did. Having a daughter myself, and potentially another one on the way next year, I find it disgraceful that this board would turn their backs on young women in order to promote and encourage mediocre men to steal their accomplishments. And for what? So that you can show up at the Rotary Club meetings, you can talk about how morally superior you are than the peasants you supposedly represent? This board likes to talk a big game about allyship, but you're not an ally to any group who doesn't serve your own political or ideological purposes. In historical terms, you're quislings. To recap, stop betraying the girls in our district. Let gay and trans kids figure out safely who they are on their own and focus on student achievement instead of what new group you can use to serve your own self-righteousness.
And that is all the blue cards we have.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards for the consent agenda?
There are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I would then like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 24 on the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Mr. Fortuna. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7, bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board this evening? Nope. Okay. Board, it's been requested by another board member that we move item 10, action items, to item 8. So bringing that up. Do board members feel that that is okay to move? We are not, previously when we were at the district office, when we were at the district office, we would be live streaming and people would Zoom in for public comment at that time. We are not live doing Zoom public comment. So is this something that
I have no issue with it.
The board is in support of?
I support that too.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Sorry, Ms. Amari. We are going to call then on Superintendent Hoffman to present the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant plan approval. Okay, this may be a long presentation, so we're requesting a quick 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get back to our meeting. Thank you. Okay, I'm calling this meeting back to order. I would now like to call on Superintendent Hoffman to present this item.
Thank you, President Jamerson. So we will, most of this is what we covered at our previous meeting, but there are a couple of highlights and a slight adjustment to the recommendations. So I look forward to sharing the presentation. So tonight's actually an action item. So we'll be asking the board to take action with regards to the Amen spending plan this evening. A reminder, our 5 agreements, this is just a reminder, this is what we do when we do budget items, focused on fiscal solvency, maintaining, evaluating what we've built, remaining competitive for the best and brightest employees who represent our kids and our communities, build upon what we've already started when there's opportunities to do so, and contemplate new programs and initiatives when that opportunity arises. I do think we are clearly in item number 2 right now. We've done a lot of work with regards to compensation and being competitive with our employees over the last 18 months. Obviously, more work to do moving forward, but we've done some work there recently, and not quite in a place to build upon where we are based on the May revision that we'll hear a little bit more about later this evening. Reminder, this is the actual items that are highlighted in the Amen grant with areas where you're allowed to spend, specific to instruction materials and professional development, improving school climate, developing diverse, culturally relevant and multilingual school library collections, operating costs, which include retirement and health care costs, but could actually be anything related to the operational running of the school district. And at the time, the COVID-related necessary items that were kind of front and center when this legislation was put in place. It doesn't mention the visual performing arts in those 5, but we do want to highlight that that was part of the legislation, and that's why we highlighted that last section there to support arts and music education programs. So the title and the legislation line up with that line there. Elk Grove specifically, $36 million, a little over $36 million allocated to Elk Grove Unified. The Elk Grove Charter School also has an allocation of $151,000, and we have through the 25-26 fiscal school year, so that'd be June of 26 to expend the dollars. A quick reminder of the goods and services that we're talking about tonight. We have a number of services that are directly related to the positions that we built through the ESSER plan and extended through board priorities. And so these next couple of slides will highlight some of the services that are actually occurring at our schools currently being evaluated. We have work to do there, but we do believe, and my observation is many of these services are providing significant service to students at the school sites. So the expansion of K-12 AVID, we've always been a very strong middle school, high school AVID program, and we're working diligently to expand that into the K-6 realm as well. Educational equity and family and community engagement, both departments that didn't exist. This board is responsible for establishing those departments, expanding them through the ESSER funding and board priorities, and these are funds that are available for these folks to actually do some of the programming work. The people aren't tied to these dollars, but these are the programming dollars to be able to do the work that those important people do. The next batch, social emotional learning recess. This is happening at all of our elementary schools. Structured, engaging outdoor activities available at all 43 schools. We actually are working with outside vendors to help us support this work. And a lot of evaluations still to be done, but if you ask folks on campuses how kids frame of mind as they leave the recess and head into the classroom, we believe that's going to show up as making a difference. K1 level foundational reading, obviously reading at the lowest grade levels is a key priority, and this is allowing supporting that work. Special education, digital and physical curriculum and assessments and work that we're doing as we're working in support of our students with special needs. And then we did become a one-to-one school district through the pandemic, one of the silver linings of a tragic period. But in order to keep that in place, we do need to have continued purchase of Chromebooks moving forward. We did want to do just a quick reminder of how we got to the ESSER planning and also work that's being done with regards to the visual and performing arts. There's a lot of people involved in this work. So the first one we'll hit is on the ESSER. So we want to make sure people were clear that the ESSER plan and what became the board priorities as far as positions go didn't get pulled out of a bag. These are really key positions that we think are supporting student learning, student social emotional needs, supporting the mental health services of our kids, safety and security, and obviously there was a lot around our family and community engagement. So these were the actual 5 questions that we asked our community, which included our parents, included our kids, and included our staff. And so I'll share on the next slide, 28,000 plus responses that we got during this time period, including 17,000 plus students, nearly 9,000 parents, and more than 2,000 employees. And that's where these ideas came from. It wasn't somebody sitting in a room and coming up with the ideas. It really did come from the feedback of people across the district. And some of the things they came up with. I won't go and read 1 through 8, but you'll see these are critically important services. Most of them were services we were already providing, but it allowed us to expand those services. And so you see tutoring, paraeducators, additional safety and security people in the district. Number 3, the increase to service providers, social workers, mental health therapists, counselors, a lot of work in that area. So those were the people that we built into the ESSER model originally that turned into the board priorities with regards to the people. So I just want to make sure we're clear that there was a clear process in how this was laid out, and we did listen to our community in putting together this plan. And then the visual and performing arts. I want to make sure we're clear, critically important work, and it is just like many other activities and subject areas connect kids to school. VAPA is a connector of kids to school, and so we greatly appreciate the work that's been done to this point and the work that'll be done moving forward. So we just want to give just a quick rundown of the people that are being involved as we work through this process to make sure we understand what the needs are for visual and performing arts across the district. And that includes principals and department chairs, especially at the secondary level, elementary and secondary visual performing arts steering committees. One thing I want to say is if you go to our middle schools and high schools, you'll see robust visual and performing arts programs there. We have great people doing really good work. And one of the real pieces that we wanted to be able to move through is to integrate arts within the K-6 curriculum and within, so it's not just outside the day, although we greatly appreciate working with the Mandarins and being able to provide after-school band opportunities at every one of our elementary schools. We also are looking forward to being able to build the arts into the day. So these are just some of the folks that are involved in the process to this point. And this is what we presented on May 7th. We had 2 options. The first one was centered around 1 year of the continued services, and then the rest of the dollars being dedicated to visual and performing arts. That would include the K-6 curriculum, the Mandarins after school, and then a set of dollars available for the priorities that came out of the roadmap. Second option was to match up the goods and services to the people. The board had already given us direction through the first block grant to keep the people in place for 2 years. And those are all the extra folks that are at school sites at the district office supporting schools. And to do that for 2 years, the idea here would be to match up the goods and services with the people that are doing the work, since these are the dollars they use to actually carry the work out. And that would leave additional dollars for visual and performing arts in the $14 million range, $4 million for the curriculum, $2.3 million for the Mandarins for 3 years, and then $7.7 million for the VAPA roadmap. We listened to the board and we knew this is a difficult situation. I'm trying to come up with balancing everything on this page is critically important. They're things that we think are good for kids, and there are a limited number of dollars to be able to do the work within this grant. So we did come up with another recommendation we think is maybe a little bit cleaner, and that's on the next slide. And we're just trying to make an even distribution between the block grant between visual and performing arts and the goods and services. So you see an $18 million recommendation for each, which will cover the $36 million of the grant. The goods and services, we're still looking for the 2-year work. We do think we're trying to find little ways to save some dollars within that, within the items that are there. There may be some dollars, as we spoke originally, that fall out of the first block grant that would allow us to cover some of the initial costs of the goods and services. But we believe this is a cleaner way to be able to make sure we're showing to our community, giving the board the opportunity to highlight the VAPA and the goods and services are both huge priorities, and this is an opportunity to use one-time funds to be able to do this work. So that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call on Mr. Vargas for blue cards on this item.
All right, folks. So we've got 23 blue cards. So that means that we automatically have to drop the time limit to 2 minutes each. So if you were planning on, if you have a planned comment that was planned out for 3 minutes, try to think of, as you're waiting, try to think of ways to drop it down. If you hear somebody say what you wanted to say, feel free to just wave at me and say you don't need the time. Otherwise, everybody is welcome to make a comment. So, all right, let's get started. So first up is Natasha Solier, followed by Duyen Fan, and the second person I call, feel free to stand up a couple feet behind the person at the podium, just so we can keep this moving pretty fast. So, and feel free to correct me if I screwed up your name.
No worries.
Thank you.
Many of you know the Solier family. We are arts teachers. Before I taught special education, I was a music teacher. Student taught back in the 1900s at Smedberg Middle School and Sheldon High School. My children both went through Elk Grove Unified, and my daughter, and I'm going to humble brag, is now doing an off-Broadway show with the Muppets because of the arts education she got in Elk Grove. It is close to my heart, and I thought I was going to go at the end, but apparently I'm not, so I'm going first. But these words were prepared for me, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Involvement in the arts have been proven to help students academically, as well as providing social and emotional learning opportunities that are more critical than ever. Despite these important benefits, arts education has always been underfunded. Yes, since I was in 4th grade in Alaska trying to get funding to have a band program after school. So it's been a long time. That is why we volunteered countless hours of our personal time to run underfunded programs and spent time and energy organizing fundraisers and seeking donations to provide our students even a basic arts education. But arts programs held together by the determined effort of teachers and the voluntary support of parents are neither sustainable nor equitable. When the arts are underfunded by the school district, then it is left to the community to fund the arts programs. Schools in higher socioeconomical areas generally have parent booster organizations to help make up for the lack of state district funding through donations and ongoing fundraising efforts. If a theater arts program can fundraise enough to put on a theatrical production, they can make revenue at the box office to support future productions. The more shows that they can afford to produce, the more funds they can raise. In addition, schools whose communities can afford to pay higher ticket prices can make more box office revenue for each show. Lower socioeconomic communities simply cannot afford to fund a robust arts program through parent donations and community fundraising.
Thank you. Your time is up. I know it goes fast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Duyen Fan, followed by Carlos Arroyo.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, board. My name is Yin Cynthia Pham, and I'm a graduate of Sheldon High School. And I believe that we should have an increase in VAPA funding because since freshman year during quarantine, I didn't have a way to like fully express myself. And the way to do is like through art classes where I first met my art teacher, and she has helped me like be able to express myself, be confident of my emotions and opinions, which I began taking a 4-year-long art class from freshman year to senior year. And at Shadow High School, we have a senior project event, a senior project that me and my friends did, which is the Arthur C. Butler mural at elementary school. And we created this mural to like to support our feeder school, which is Butler, and like to like appreciate the community that has like supported our VAPA events such as Arts Alive, which is very important to us because it showcases all our artworks from photography, arts, theater, dance, and animation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Carlos Arroyo.
Good evening, board members. I would like to start with a bit of a backstory. Throughout the kindergarten years all the way to my 12th grade, where I had recently graduated from Sheldon High School, I have been supported to become a free thinker, where creativity is the start where you get to become a great person. And in more recent years, especially during high school, I witnessed the decrease in funding where it sort of started to take away from the experiences of those who were participating in those programs. However, thanks to those fundings, I also got to participate in multiple community service providing moments where I got to make multiple murals this year. I got to participate in making films in my animation courses. I even got to branch out and learn what it's like to experience different kinds of people through VAPA programs such as theater, photography, even ceramics, where you get to learn how these different people interact. And I find that developing your mental and emotional strength as well as your capabilities to deal with others is very important. I'd also like to say that without these fundings, I feel like we would lose what it's like to think for yourself. I find that these qualities are important to become a leader and becoming part of your community as well as to advocate for yourself. I find that having a voice not only within your community but as well as anywhere that you feel that you are comfortable and confident enough to stand for what you believe in, it all starts with culturing and cultivating your creativity. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Teresa Nguyen, followed by Keith Farrar.
Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Teresa, and I teach art in our district. The arts are crucial to a well-rounded education. They foster creativity, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. The arts also provide a unique way for students to express themselves and understand the world around them. Engaging in art can improve mental health, increase cultural awareness, and develop empathy. However, our arts programs are constantly still hunting and gathering for supplies. I know I'm not the only one in this room that scopes Facebook Marketplace at night looking for free art supplies. In my classroom, some of our supplies still have the labels of a previous school in which the teacher before me taught at. My students use paint with mold on the brim and rely on the pencils I find in the hallways. Why is this acceptable? We ensure every elementary school student brings home a paper plate with a pumpkin on it in October, but when it really matters, we take away that plate of arts, music, and instructional materials. I am here to advocate for #full funds for art. We should not have just the leftovers. We need rulers, color pencils, paper, uniforms for our school band, transportations to competitions, and fundings for the frames to display our artwork in the Crocker Art Museum. It is 2024. I should not be teaching with the same exact set of oil pastels that I used as a student. EGUSD, Board of Education, our student artists need more than proper supplies. In fact, today, when my students had their artwork displayed in the Crocker Art Museum, Congresswoman Doris Matsui wished me luck in coming here by saying, "There are many challenges in education, but removing art is not the way to go." Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Keith Farrar, followed by Amy Castan.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Hoffman. I just want to say, to your comment, I do a lot of help with Sheldon. I represent the parents for Sheldon High School. And the comment you made that the programs are successful, they are. And they're successful due to the tireless hours that director and the assistant director, Mr. Bonsamaya and Vanessa Ibarra, put in. But they need support, and we as parents support them. So we do everything we can, countless hours ourselves, doing fundraisers, doing just whatever we can to try and replace anything that needs to be replaced, repair anything that needs repairs. Uniforms are beyond repair. Trailers need to be replaced. They're duct tape and Band-Aids. Instruments need to be repaired that need to be replaced because they can't be repaired anymore. We do all of this for the students, for the program, and to help him. Countless times we have to tell him no because there's no funding. We don't want to tell him no. We don't want to tell the students no. We want to give him everything we can. We want to support him as much as we possibly can. So I just implore you, the title of the grant, Arts and Music. Let's put arts and music first, not as a sub-note in your presentation. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amy Castan, followed by Jerry Keski.
Good evening, Hoffman Board, also our all of our representative teams, and just everyone. We are all part of the same education team, and I really appreciate that. I had things that I wrote, but I was listening to what Superintendent Hoffman said, and I scribbled down a few things, so they'll be perhaps out of order. I really appreciated that you said that our arts have great people doing great work. I hear that and I feel seen, and I appreciate that. It's not about me, it's about my students. And I work closely with teachers who are part of the AVID programs. I believe in like all of the other programs on that list. But the number one at the top of the budget agreement was obtained standards-aligned professional development and instructional materials for specific subjects. I know there's a list of 10 subjects, and VAPA is one of those subjects. And all of those other programs are important, but according to the state of California, and my heart for what that matters, the arts are a curricular area. And not in my memory, as a graduate of Elk Grove High School, have our elementary arts had that taught as curriculum. There are standards that our students are supposed to have, and they do not receive instruction on that. Students come into my theater class in 7th grade and have never had theater instruction, in spite of that being one of the core standards and subject areas. And so all of those other programs are genuinely important, and I hope that we can find money for them. But continuing to not support subject area standards and just ignoring them as the dessert, rather than saying, no, this is part of the balanced curriculum that our students should have. And then social emotional learning has come up over and over, and I cannot agree more on how important that is.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thanks. Yes. Well, thank you. Actually, it was privately funded by our arts teachers. We paid for and bought them for ourselves.
Next up is Jerry Keskes, followed by Justin Bunzelmeyer.
Members of the school board and Superintendent Hoffman, my name is Jerry Keskes, a retired educator from this district with a deep-rooted passion for visual and performing arts. I stand before you today to advocate for the allocation of funds to support and enhance these invaluable programs for our schools. Having spent years in the classroom, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of the arts. These programs do more than just teach students to paint, play an instrument, or perform on stage. They foster creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration, skills that are essential in every aspect of life. The grant I once wrote, now funded largely through the tireless efforts of parent fundraisers at Joseph Sims, is a testament to our community's commitment to VAPA. However, relying on fundraising alone is unsustainable and inequitable. The grant funded content specialists in art, drama, and dance to provide the instruction, assisting the classroom teacher, not putting that responsibility on the classroom teacher. Additionally, inclusion is merely not having separate programs or adhering to a defined curriculum. It is our collective actions to ensure every student feels connected, valued, and recognized. The arts offer a unique and powerful platform for this. When students participate in an ensemble, be it band, choir, or theater group, they learn the importance of each individual's contribution to the whole. They experience firsthand what it means to be part of a community where their presence and effort matter. By allocating dedicated funds to VAPA programs, we are making a profound statement that we value every student's voice and creativity. We are investing in a future where our children are not only academically competent, but are emotionally intelligent and culturally aware. Let us not allow financial constraints to stifle the potential of our students. Let us provide them with the resources they need to explore, to create, and shine. Together, we can ensure that our schools remain vibrant centers of learning where every child has the opportunity to discover their talents and passions. Finally, I have a grandson starting at TK, and I think he needs a high-quality program.
Thank you.
Not a
Your time is
plethora
up.
of ideas.
Thank you. Next up is Justin Bunzelmeyer, followed by Scotty Fernandez.
All right, good evening. My name is Justin Bunzelmeyer. I am the band director and orchestra director over at Sheldon High School. So first of all, Mr. Hoffman, I want to say thank you so much for acknowledging the fact that we have a lot of great educators. I appreciate that. And it's true, we have a lot of really great educators in this district. And the reason we look so great is because of our parents and because they're all supporting us with fundraising. But can I ask you guys something? Did you know that LCAP does not help pay for uniform cleaning, or LCAP does not help pay for instrument repair? Nothing. We get no dollars from that. I know because I've applied for it for the past 5 years and been rejected for the past 5 years. And so our budget, and this just us personally, is probably over $80,000 for the year. And that's to take the kids on about 4 to 5 competitions, 4 to 5 festivals, doing all the football games and all the basketball games and everything we do to help support our school at Sheldon. And we need about $80,000 that our parents who work 8 to 5 have to help support us at. And that doesn't seem all that fair to me personally, but hopefully we keep having those sets of 8 to 10 parents that are really supportive. My last thing that I want to kind of comment on is I wasn't going to speak tonight. That's why my super unprofessional attire of shorts and Crocs is being worn. So I apologize in advance for that right now. But when I walked in, I was approached by a gentleman, I believe it's your guys' athletic director, who said, "Oh, are you here for the athletic GPA?" And we said, "No, we're here about the arts and VAPA funding." And he said, "Oh, don't you guys make enough money already?" And to me, that doesn't sound very good coming from a district employee looking at another program that helps supplement his program in athletics. I mean, the football games are a lot more fun when we're there. The basketball games are a lot more fun when we're there. It seemed really odd to me that comment was made. And so I just hope that you guys look at fully funding of programs that really give back to the school, the climate, and the culture of Elk Grove. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Scotty Fernandez, Next up is Scotty Fernandez, followed by Caitlin Knapp.
Hello. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for letting me speak today. I had a whole thing written, and I'm kind of going to change that. I just want to make a couple points. When we were looking at the slides, a lot of it said AMIM, and I think the issue there is that it should say arts, music, and instructional materials. We forget that this was created for the arts. Yes, there are instructional materials there, but it's for the arts and music. And there was a lot of talk about all the programs, but none of them were VAPA programs, which is very interesting to me. And Mr. Hoffman talked about robust VAPA. Yeah, there's robust VAPA at our middle schools and high schools because of our parents and our fundraising, not because of funding we're getting from anywhere else. So I think it's important to note that. Before I became an art teacher 4 years ago, I worked in an emergency room for 20 years as a nurse. And I'll tell you what, having something besides that to fall back on, to be able to have my mental health, be able to save lives every single day is what these kids are getting from us. They're not all going to be professional artists, but they're using what we teach them to be better human beings and to be able to cope with their lives. Keep that in mind before you take away the funding that is giving us the opportunity to make them better humans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Caitlin Knapp, followed by Misty Calderon.
Hello to the members of the board and Superintendent Hoffman. I'm the theater program director at Franklin High School and just completed my 13th year of teaching there. But I'm here today as a mom, looking forward to the future of arts education in EGUSD as my son is about to begin his journey in Elk Grove as a TK student at Stone Lake this fall. I've seen firsthand the transformative power of the arts for my students, and I hope that those same opportunities are afforded to my son throughout his school experience, not just in high school or middle school. At Franklin High last year, my children's theater class presented almost 40 productions of Frozen Jr. To students around the district. Almost 4,200 students came to see a live production, many of them for the first time. It is my hope that EGUSD can continue to provide a robust arts education and experiences like this across all school VAPA programs by providing the needed funding. VAPA programs address many of the ESSER goals and needs Mr. Hoffman highlighted, such as social-emotional learning and a positive school climate and culture. Additionally, research is clear that participation in the arts leads to gains in reading proficiency, increased graduation rates, improvement of verbal skills. Performance has a particularly positive effect on at-risk youth, students with learning disabilities, multilingual learners. Drama activities improve reading comprehension, verbal and nonverbal communication skills, and they help to improve school attendance and reduce high school dropout rates. Students considered to be at high risk for dropping out of high school cite drama and other arts classes as their motivations for staying in school. Students who participate in the arts are 3 times more likely to win an award for school attendance than those who do not. And a series of studies on the arts and education revealed that there is a consistent causal link between performing texts in the classroom and the improvement of a variety of verbal skills, including especially significant increases in story recall and understanding of written material. Drama can improve reading and comprehension, and high school students who are involved in drama have an elevated self-concept over those who are not involved.
Thank
you so much. Hope you'll consider that research as you make your choices.
Thank you very much. Next up is Misty Calderon, followed by Jedzia Bryant.
Hello, my name is Misty Calderon. I am a teacher at Smedberg Middle School, and unlike some of my colleagues, I am not an arts teacher. So I am arts adjacent. I spend a lot of time with my VAPA colleagues. And I'd like to point out something I heard tonight, and I hope we can change that one word in there. I heard the rest of the dollars being allocated to VAPA. I'd like to take the word rest and change it to the first of the dollars. Change some of those letters, the first. So I come with 3 questions. Why take from the top and give VAPA the leftovers? Why not reverse that and give them the first of the dollars? And if it must be taken, why fund 2 years? The original said to go through June of 2025 for goods and services. And if that funding has gone from $11 million per year 3 weeks ago to now at about $9 million, 18 million total, if we have to take off the top, why not just for 1 year? Why not make it 9 million? Give that 9 million back to that roadmap. And I can tell you, having looked at that roadmap, that is not a list of wants. That's not extravagant trips and things. That is a list of needs. And my colleagues have spoke about those needs. So my main question is, how frequently is money taken from other funds and given to VAPA off the top? So again, I'm going to end with, can we change the phrase, the rest of the dollars, to the first of the dollars? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jadzia Bryant, followed by David Declarator?
Hi, my name is Jadzia, and I just finished my 3rd year in Color Guard at Laguna Creek High School. And I just want to say that Color Guard has really helped shape me as a person and actually given me the confidence to stand in front of you all today. I know that Color Guard has taught me a lot of things that could apply to real life situations. It is very time consuming, I admit, but that has just taught me to be that much more of a hard worker so that I can be successful in Color Guard and also in my academics. And I can also see how Color Guard has also helped the underclassmen beneath me grow as well, and it's just amazing to see their confidence grow and see their personalities come out in that environment. And it gives you a place at this school, because like freshman year is scary, and so it's nice just coming into the school right away and having friends and upperclassmen that you can look up to. And it really is thanks to our parents that we are as competitive as we are today. We went to Dayton, Ohio to compete in nationals, and I love saying thanks to my parents for all the support that they've given, but I would also like to say thank you to my district eventually for the support that they will give. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is David, followed by Jacob Bryant.
Good evening. I'm David Declarador. I attend Laguna Creek High School. I'm part of our marching band, our jazz ensemble, and our wind ensemble. I would also like to mention that our marching band is one of the largest and most competitive in our school district, and we only have that success due to our parents. They fund, our boosters fund everything. They pay for our buses, our food, our transportation. And then speaking of transportation, I like to mention the fact that a lot of the time the parents have to use their own personal cars to transport their students, and we don't have enough transportation. We don't have school buses to transport students to and from places, and they transport us as far as Southern California and places hours away, and that they have to take time off from work, and then that takes money from them. And also, I would like to mention that for they have to build props for our shows and stuff because we perform, and the parents also have to take time off and then build those props, and it takes away from their money too because they're the ones who are building it. I'd also yeah. Oh, sorry. For example, one of our parents, he often stays late nights at the school, working to build our props, and he doesn't get money for that. And I'd like to see a change with the funds in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jacob Bryant, followed by Audrey Russell.
Hello, board members. I'm a parent here on behalf of Laguna Creek High School. You just heard my daughter speak. Since she's joined Color Guard, I've seen a great social and emotional change in her. She's so much more confident. Like she said, she was able to come and do this. She was up here a couple years ago leading the Pledge of Allegiance because she painted a mural at Elk Grove. But as far as Color Guard, it has taught her lots of discipline, time management. And then as far as, I encourage you to put more funds towards the arts because I myself would schedule myself certain days off so that I could go work at the Golden One Center at our booth we have there to raise money. I put in many days there, and some parents put more than me. So I encourage you to put the large portion of the funds towards the visual and performing arts.
Thank you. Next up is Audrey Russell, followed by Jaron Schratz.
Hello, I am a substitute teacher in the district. I would like to remind the board on how important the arts is. I myself was a student in EGUSD, and I was in band during my years at both Kerr and Elk Grove High, so a total of 6 years. And I was also in the Technical Digital Arts Academy, TDA, at Elk Grove, 4 years. Being in the arts helped me both mentally and socially. I remember having to fundraise multiple times every season for band also, along with my parents. For TDA, I recall my teachers pulling out of pocket even. I graduated in 2016. 8 years later, I get to see VAPA programs from a teaching perspective. And unfortunately, funding is still lacking. So I am advocating for hashtag full funds for art. Please place 100% of the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant, also known as AB 181, 185 funds to the arts programs in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jaron Schrantz, followed by Mara Schrantz.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jaron. I have 3 daughters in the school district. One at Casumas Oaks, one just promoted from Pinkerton, and one at Costello Elementary. And I'm just here to speak on in support of keeping the funds for the arts. I have my older 2, I've watched them absolutely fall in love with performing arts the last few years. And it's not only because the programs were there, it's not only because they existed, but it was the quality of programs that caused them to fall in love with the arts. It was, as you mentioned, it was how robust, I think you were the term you used. It was the quality of the teachers. We have amazing performing arts staff in our district. The amount of staff we were able to provide allowed the program to be what it is. The sets, at the Performing Arts Center, they're amazing. It's because we're invested in our arts that the arts are bringing kids in and really helping to form kids into the value that the arts are providing for them is in growing them as people as well. I think about, and I often think about what sports did for me growing up as I played high school sports. I see the same thing happening with them. And, I don't think we'll ever, I think we know the value of our sports in Elk Grove, right? I don't think those programs we're not going to see those on the chopping block anytime soon because we understand what they do for us, right? We understand what they do for our kids. We understand the value of teamwork. We understand what the value is in seeing somebody get the role that you don't get, right? And you have to root for that person and you have to place that person, you have to place their role above your own sometimes. You learn these things. You learn these character traits sometimes through sports. I've seen the same thing happen in my daughters through the arts. I've seen the same things. They provide just as much value as anything else that we're doing in the district.
Thank you.
So please don't cut the arts. Please continue to invest in the arts. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Mara Schrantz, followed by Laura Suarez.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Mara Schrantz, and I'm currently a student at Casumas Oaks High School who has actively participated in the EGUSD Visual and Performing Arts program for the past 5 years. I truthfully would have never considered speaking at a board meeting until now, but in acknowledging everything that the VAPA program has done for me, I think it would serve as an injustice not to speak to the truth of what this program has done and still has the potential to do, given the support you members have the opportunity to provide. As representatives and important decision makers for the district, you see what goes into each and every school, and you also see what comes out of it. And in doing so, I hope you have realized just how underfunded VAPA has been over the last few decades. 80% of VAPA funds are required to go to staffing needs, leaving a mere 20% of funding to go to the actual materials needed to keep these programs running. Often this is spread so thin that in many cases, when these programs are unable to fundraise enough, our staff will use their own personal paychecks to make up for what we can't, but should be able to, afford. Leaving us with only $14 million or $18 million to spread between each and every one of our programs, I guarantee you, will make significantly less of a difference than what you think it will. If you are going to create a program that builds its students into passionate creators and entrepreneurs of the arts and then simply refuse to fund it properly, you are only taking away from the capabilities and opportunities our schools fully have the abilities to provide. I fully believe that you, of all people, have the greatest ability to make a difference in the lives of these artists and change their perspective on who they are and what they can do after high school. Let them believe that they can make a difference in this world, and please give them the opportunity to make that difference. Let us use this money to give chances to students who can't receive them anywhere else. Allow us to show what we can accomplish when we are given a chance to fully pursue our dreams. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Laura Suarez, followed by Lena Turner.
Good evening. My name is Laura Suarez. I am a proud Laguna Creek mom. I have 2 kids who graduated, one last year and one last week. But I'm here tonight as a mom of a band member. My son just finished his freshman year as a clarinet player in the fantastic Laguna Creek Band Ensemble. If you've ever seen them perform, you know it's quite an experience. But I'm here to talk about a little bit of a darker side of our truth as a band. We are a home of broken instruments. More than half of the instruments our students play are over 30 years old and have been played for over a decade beyond their life expectancy. Some of our instruments spend more time in the shop than they do in the hands of students. And every year, we have students playing instruments that produce no sound at football games, band reviews, and during annual Veterans Day parades. Why is this? It's because these instruments are so old and so worn down that they break down all the time. And when they do, we often don't have the parts or the finances to fix them. We have no backup instruments to use. So at Laguna Creek High School, our students can end up practicing a piece of music for months, only to pretend to play when the day of the performance arrives. Musical instruments are necessary instructional supplies, just like Chromebooks. Imagine an English class where students have to share Chromebooks because the district doesn't provide enough for every student. Imagine 2 students taking turns doing homework because their Chromebook only goes home with them every other night. This is exactly the situation we have in our band program right now because we don't have enough instruments for every student in the band.
Thank you. Next up is Lena Turner, followed by Maya Turner.
Good evening. My name is Lena Turner, and I'm a parent of 2 band students at Laguna Creek High School. I'm also the Vice President of Fundraising for the Band Booster Club. I learned a few weeks ago at the school board meeting that the superintendent is making a list of VAPA needs for inclusion in a VAPA roadmap that will be revealed to us in July. No one has asked Laguna Creek High School what we need. So I came tonight to give you some examples of things we would like included in the roadmap for our school. We would like the district to replace 26 broken instruments as follows: 1 trumpet, 2 bassoons, 4 clarinets, 1 trombone, 4 saxophones, 4 flutes, 1 sousaphone, 4 euphoniums, 4 French horns, and a double bass. We would also like the district to provide supplies to color guard students. We fundraised and spent $14,600 on equipment and uniforms for 22 students last year. Color guard at Laguna Creek High School is not an extracurricular activity. It is our 6th period band class, and for 16 years we have been supplying all of their materials. Provide school buses for students to attend band reviews, jazz competitions, and other off-campus performances. We paid the district $10,431 last year for school buses to transport students to these locations. Replace $4,000 in props that were built and donated by parents and destroyed by water damage from the leaky roof in our VAPA building, which has never been repaired, by the way. And install ADA-compliant access to the control room of the Black Box Theater, which is only accessible right now if you can climb a set of stairs. These are just a few examples of things that we need, but I'm telling you, our needs are not mysterious. If we were asked what we need, we can provide a list, and so can every band director in this district, probably within 24 hours if you just asked us the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Maya Turner, followed by Maxwell Burrows.
Good evening, board. I recently graduated, and I was the color guard captain at Laguna Creek High School in my senior year. I would like to present some more numbers along with my mom, who you just heard from. This year, our school district gave our color guard team $1,800. And the amount of money that our parents raised and then spent on our team is $30,000. Showing how our needs aren't exactly reflected by the district spending. This funding went towards a brand new floor, new equipment, specially designed costumes and flags, which are basic needs to be competitive in color guard. This year we traveled to Dayton, Ohio to compete in world championships. We are one of the few groups in Northern California who have this sort of opportunity. We made semifinals, and we could not hold a T compared to the other color guard groups who had brand new floors year after year after year, brand new equipment, and despite all of that, despite all the funding that we raised, we still used a broken prop the entire season. It was made by a parent, and we couldn't afford to replace it or repair it or whatnot. If you, Superintendent Hoffman, if you want to continue to see robust programs like our color guard, or if you want to see other programs become more robust, we need more funding towards VAPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Maxwell Burrows, followed by Heidi.
Hi. I came up here originally wanting to talk about the struggles and, economic struggles we faced, but I feel like most people have already talked on length about it. So I want to talk about the community VAPA creates, even not only within band, but with the other arts. But specifically my experience, I met a lot of people I would never even have known existed. I had many new experiences in band, and I even created a community. Well, I didn't create a community. I was part, and it was really good to be part of a community. It was great to be part of friend groups that even did things outside of band. And through my experiences in band specifically honor bands, which would connect different band students throughout the district, I met people from different schools I would not have ever known. And I just think that's very valuable for people to see others from different schools, how they interact with music, how they interact with the people around them. And yeah, I think it's great for, great for people to experience these things and the community VAPA creates. So I would like to support the funding of VAPA.
Thank you. Next up is Heidi, followed by Helen.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the parents, students, and staff that commented tonight. It was very eye-opening. And I would like to request that the board please consider allocating the maximum amount of funds toward the VAPA programs. Clearly that's needed. As a mom, it's heartbreaking to hear that story about the children that are playing an instrument that you can't even hear. I can't imagine the disappointment and heartbreak of those students, especially after they've worked so hard, and that's just completely unacceptable. And, there was a good point made. How can you create a roadmap, let alone a proper budget estimate for VAPA, if you haven't even communicated with schools about their needs? So let's start there. Additionally, you're talking about taking $11 million or $22 million to allocate elsewhere, but you're not even being transparent about how that money is being spent. You say that it's spent for 1 year or 2 years of approved goods and services, but within that year of goods and services, you indicate 7 areas of spending, but then only put one total for those 7 areas. Why not indicate the total expense for each category so that the public can know more specifically how you plan to spend this money? Why is it so difficult for the district to be fully transparent about how you are spending our tax dollars? You repeatedly present watered-down presentations that do not include specific details or itemized lists of how you are spending taxpayer dollars. Parents and community members deserve to know specifically how their money is being spent on each expenditure, allocations of important funds such as these, and programs that you discuss at board meetings. Please update us with these detailed expenditure amounts for this presentation today before voting, and moving forward, please strive for full fiscal transparency in every board presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Helen. This is the last one, so if you haven't spoken, okay. And feel free to correct me on your name.
No, I just wrote my initial. So, hi, my name is Happy Chan. I'm here tonight with my children and their friends and my colleagues and other families in support of you to vote for option 1. I'm a longtime parent of the Elk Grove Unified School District. I've been a longtime member of the Measure M Citizen Oversight Committee, as well as the Superintendent Advisory Board, and also at my school's school site council for the last almost a decade. I understand all the things that you're facing in terms of funding for all the other programs, but VAPA is so long underfunded, and it's so important that we move this responsibility away from families and take the responsibility and help our children out and fund this program. I volunteer in terms of VAPA, the lack of funding. At the Elk Grove, at the elementary level, I had to volunteer as a art docent for many years. This year, my child was in ceramics, and the teacher did not have enough material for glaze. He had used just regular paint for their ceramic. I mean, this is real, and I really want to encourage you to put, whether it's option 1 or, but definitely not option 2. I saw the new somewhere in between. I mean, the more funding that you can give to VAPA, the more important it is. It's putting the money where your mouth is, right? I mean, really walking the walk and talking the talk. So I want to thank you for your time.
And that is all the blue cards we have on this item.
I just want to thank all the students that were brave enough, especially who came up and spoke. So thank you to all our students. Okay, I'm going to start over there with, well, I'm going to start on the end. I'm going to start on the end. So are you giving up your time? No. Okay, go ahead and start.
Go ahead, Mr. Steven.
Excuse me, I'm the one. Please go, Mr. Perez.
Excuse me, and then,
this is your
I
time.
have a question. How many presenters were there? Yes. 23. And why were they given 2 minutes versus 3 minutes? Think about that, folks.
Mr. Perez, could you please look down the dais? Could someone raise their hand that did not know that we had passed the rule to go from 3 minutes to 2 minutes after 15 minutes?
No,
every single excuse me, sir, every single time we changed the rule due to you were there, you voted.
No, I didn't.
Every single person here on this dais knows this, and you seem to be ignoring it. Could you please talk to the subject? Thank you.
This issue is about fiscal transparency. And if you heard what happened last meeting, that didn't happen. We requested budgets. We requested site budgets, a variety of things that we did not get back before this meeting. Do I know how much is spent at high schools? No. Do I know what is going to be spent at junior highs? No. Do I know how much is going to spend at each elementary? No. None of these boards could tell you that. Where is this fiscal transparency? It's robust. Where is it robust? In area 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We cannot do the analysis where the money is going. And we requested that. Why did we not receive it? On page 7, may I see page 7, please? What? Well, they're not going to give us an answer. Yeah, look at all these, and you parents ask very good questions, very good. I'm very proud of you parents and students of our Elk Grove Unified School District. In these categories, do you know, I know, how much is spent in social-emotional learning, K-1 level foundation, special education, student Chromebooks? We don't have that information in my schools. Transparency, where is it? Fiscal transparency. I could stand up. I was an educator. I stood up in front of my classroom, and if I want to vocalize without the speaker, I can do that. That's my duty, to get the presentation.
You need to be on the microphone so that this is being recorded.
Wisely and equity. There's no equity here. I cannot tell if money is spent over here, over there, and where it's needed. I'm very glad that you came up here and told me how much instruments. And here's another one. Every time I come to these meetings, I discover something that was not presented to us. And another important, the facility, we have millions of dollars for facility improvements, and yet this band room did not have a roof, an adequate roof, and it destroyed the equipment. That's sad. And next, to tell you, and then we're going to let you know right now, but then we're going to go for another bond issue. I let you know that right now before it even happens. It's talked about. It's underground there. And where is this money going to go to? Well, we only had a bond issue within a couple of years ago. Why wasn't that room fixed? I'm very upset. You enlightened me that this is not only in this subject matter, but other issues, educational issues. But we need to fix this one immediately. We have the funds. Page 9, please. Again, how much, consisted of 5 open-ended questions. How should additional funds be used to address student academic needs? Do we know if we're spending in those areas? How much? How should additional funding be used to address student emotional needs? Do we know that money? We asked these questions last week. Down the line, okay, cut that short. Next one. Ooh, my God. Page 11, please. Okay. Where are these students? Where are these positions at? Where's the evaluation? They've been successful. Have they been successful? Has increased since we had this. Services for these type of services. What's the outcomes? That's our job. That's our duty as board members. We need results, outcomes, positive outcomes as a result of the legislative body giving us millions of dollars to solve these issues. Where's the valuation, people? We ask that, and they say it's coming. And how am I supposed to make a good decision without that data or evaluations? This issue was being rushed to us. During our graduation ceremonies, when we have 3 graduations per night for 3 nights, and all these other graduations throughout the schools, it was jammed through this process. I didn't like it. And neither some of my fellow board members don't like it. So, what did I do again? When I go to the California School Board Association newsletters to see if they could help me. If the organization has a newsletter, what are the problems of school districts in other parts of California? And they have the same type of problem. Here's an issue that I was not aware of or given technical assistance. Did you know, and I think somebody touched on this issue, we have till July, no, the first 28, 25 to spend this money. But did they tell us? No. But let me tell you, this money, it says here, LEAs may apply to the U.S. Department of Education for 18-month extension for these, ESSER 3. 3, we're in the third stage. Funding. However, funds still need to be obligated by 9/30/24, September 30th, 24. That's a couple of months down the road. So why is the hurry? Why is it that they're rushing this to make this money? And why is it that there's more participation from the high schools, elementaries, and middle schools? So, and I support the arts 100%. That, art, dancing, okay, I like to see more dancing and music too, but I know it's out there. And I expected, when we gave this money, that I would have a mariachi man at Florida High School at one of these high schools, and I see that at other high schools. And also Asian bands, musicians, play cultural music out there. I haven't seen that. But it might happen soon. Thank you. I get very emotional because I'm for students. Whatever.
My turn? Okay, before I begin my comments, I want to give a warm thank you to those that have sent emails, made phone calls, are in attendance tonight, and made personal contacts in support of VAPA. And it's my hope that those efforts can be rewarded tonight. I also will acknowledge the superintendent's willingness to offer a compromise to the recommendations that were made at the last meeting. However, several points remain at issue, and I will cover those as I go through my questions and concern statements. First of all, with respect to slide 3, the board made comments with respect to disagreements with both bullets 2 and bullets 5. My first question is, were the board's comments taken into consideration for a revision of those statements?
Well, the only statement that came back was that the statement said over the past 3 years, and that wasn't what it says the past few years. It never said 3 years, and that is accurate. It's work that we've done over the past few years, trying to keep that in place. It's not ESSER specific. These are the budget development agreements we use on the general fund. We use it on all, every time we do budget pieces. So there was never a reference to 3 years, never a reference to this being specific about services that were put in place during the pandemic or part of the ESSER funds.
The concern stated was tying the maintained statement to evaluate by use of the backslash. In with respect to, and I'm gonna add another one, and that's bullet 4. Comments were made about clarification with respect to general fund money. Those monies have always gone to programs that were in existence. Leaving that statement build upon what we already started without explanation would then incorporate programs and services that were started with ESSER money, and I think that that's misleading. Let's go to slide 12. Slide 12 talks about educational partner engagement. However, it does not speak to elementary principal involvement or that of the personnel that have direct responsibilities with the children in the classroom. Were there any?
This is not designed to be a all-inclusive list of everybody involved. They were just some samples that the team provided with regards to some of the folks that have been involved in the process.
So the statement is then that the people who directly work with the children in the classroom and elementary principals were in fact solicited for information.
Well, I didn't do this work myself. So if you're speaking to the second to last bullet, site visits, observations, teacher interviews done site to site, room to room. So there's been work done at the school sites.
You have personnel here that can respond to that. Are you going to give them permission to speak, please?
They're always open to speak.
The podium seems so far away. So, Mr. Fortuna, we go to the elementary principal meetings on a regular basis. We visit sites. I just want to support what Mr. Hoffman said. We provided information just to give examples. Specifically, have we surveyed all elementary teachers in the district? We have not, but we do have elementary steering committees. And that's part of the representation is you represent your site and you're to take that information back, share that with the school site, and then at our next meeting, bring the feedback from your site. So the elementary world has definitely not been left out of this.
What you just shared, Jen, is an expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow up to ensure that the people who are supposed to carry back information and solicit information actually do that?
So we don't, particularly in the department, but we do send out a newsletter, a VAPA newsletter that goes out so it has additional information. But that's just part of the role that we have with each of the steering committees. I know principals have different ways that they provide time at either the staff meetings or grade level meetings for people to share that information. But specifically at the district level, we don't check in on that.
So then we don't really know. We trust.
We do trust employees.
Thank you. Slide 14. The Board of Education made a recommendation at the last meeting that is one of the options for consideration. We should use reserves. Since that request was made by the board, it would be my understanding that it is the board's decision whether or not to consider that alternative. The prerogative as to whether or not to use reserves is the board's and only the board's to make. Why did that not appear on page 14 as one of the options?
Because in the end, I'm asked to make a recommendation, a staff recommendation, and this is the staff recommendation. The board does have the authority to make decisions that they want to make, but this is the recommendation.
comments were prefaced at the last meeting that board comments would be solicited and then would be looked at and for consideration and prior to this presentation being made. So I would ask the question again, were there conversations with respect to the use of reserve dollars to fund the goods and services that were funded under ESSER?
Yeah, the team did have part of that conversation, and the idea of where we are currently and within the general fund, and what you'll see tonight is the May revision, and what we're still working through is trying to put together a budget that we can bring to the board for consideration, and the community's consideration, the next meeting, and then ultimately approval. That budget is going to be incredibly tight. So I'm not in a situation as the superintendent of the district, and my team's not in the position right now to make a recommendation that we would use general fund reserves at this point to fund goods and services and opportunities through VAPA when we have one-time funds designed to do that.
But it is well within the prerogative of the Board of Education to do that.
For sure.
Thank you. I'm going to make a number of comments now, and within those comments will be some questions. First of all, VAPA research, as we know, has continuously shown the educational and emotional benefits for all students that are involved in VAPA, and yet these programs have continuously been neglected. The use of the block grant solely for VAPA will right that neglect. Secondly, and this is very, very important, the VAPA roadmap has not yet been written or approved and cost identified. To be making a decision without that information is not, in my opinion, a responsible thing to do. 3, the VAPA roadmap will not contain a list of VAPA equipment and material requirements. One has not been developed, and therefore nobody can place an accurate figure on the costs required to fund the needed requirements. So we don't know whether or not the new recommendation of a 50-50 split is enough money, too much money, not enough money to fund the VAPA requirements. 4, the decision to establish positions and programs with one-time money, that's what occurred with ESSER, was based in part on a belief that the state of California would come through with money necessary to maintain those decisions. That false premise has brought us to where we are today, whereby a recommendation is being made to use VAPA intended support in order to maintain that decision. Once again, I need to state that a decision is being requested without several important components being solidified. 5, I'm going to go back to reserves. The recommendation to use the reserves is a responsible way to fund the services and materials that were funded with one-time dollars. That's how we use reserve dollars to do things, to fund one-time activities, while at the same time it preserves the block grant funds to properly fund long-neglected VAPA programs, required equipment, and materials. The use of reserves was made at our last meeting. While the use of reserves is not a part of tonight's recommendation, it is still within the purview of the board to utilize reserves to meet the funding requirements. And once again, I strongly advocate with my colleagues to do that.
Is that a motion?
Not yet. Parents and students were not a part of the development of the recommendations. The people directly affected were not a part of making these recommendations, and neither were the people who provide the service to the children. Our bargaining partners were brought in to the process after the recommendations were developed. And then with the board, those recommendations were shared. The bargaining units, as with the board, were then given a choice. Saying that the bargaining units agree with the recommendations is misleading and designed to put pressure on the board and does not accurately reflect what occurred. The decision that we're going to make tonight is simple. We can fund both VAPR and ESSER-funded services and materials by using the public's money in a responsible way. We can use the block grant money for VAPA as it was intended and use the reserves to fund the materials and programs that were initiated with the one-time dollars. When it comes time to consider a decision, I will make a recommendation that we utilize our reserves to fund the maintenance of the materials and services funded with one-time dollars. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to try to be brief and not respond to everything because there's a lot that's been said. I do, however, want to take a trip down memory lane and provide some historical context. I'm a member of Generation X, which means that I grew up without arts education. I grew up watching old movies and TV shows that showed how apparently everybody had a piano in their kindergarten classroom and grew up with arts and music as part of their public schooling. And I am fortunate enough to work in a multi-generational work environment, and I have it on good authority from my colleagues who are part of previous generations that that is not just something made up for TV, that was real, which is astounding to those of us in Gen X and later. So we've got a long way to go. We are absolutely coming from behind. I was a kid who had to take books out of the library to teach myself how to play piano. And, you know, it worked partially. I was even able to play at a couple school assemblies, but my family didn't have money for lessons. So that's as far as that went. And, you know, recently I struggled to even find mid-C when my son started learning piano. So I understand very well just the desert, really, that we're coming from. And I'm grateful that we had even enough Gen X folks who were more fortunate than me and survived to be able to pass on what they learned to the previous generations. I also want to echo the experience that a lot of folks have talked about more recently here in our district, to the person who talked about what Joseph Sims has been able to accomplish through the grants that those folks wrote. I was able to see that as a parent. I participated in fundraisers when my son was part of the Franklin Theater Company, and my younger son is crossing his fingers that he'll get to participate in the Mandarins next year. We hope it happens. And And I see the tremendous support that has made all of the difference for our students, the support from parents, the support from educators. It has not gone unnoticed. And I'm really excited about what we're going to do today. And, you know, I'm just disappointed that the energy seems to not represent what is actually happening here. First, for context, everything we're doing here is separate and apart from the Prop 28 resources we're going to decide what to do with later on. Somebody mentioned the 80% rule for personnel. 80% actually applies to that Prop 28, which is not this pot of money. So as someone who is part of the roadmap steering committee and was part of the last one, as someone really invested in the arts, I want to lay some truths on our stakeholders because I feel like you've been really misled if you're coming here and you think that anyone is putting on the table taking away anything from the arts. In my day job, I am an education lobbyist. I don't lobby on this particular issue, but I was in the room when the arts, music, instructional materials discretionary block grant was created. I watched every single one of those hearings. Every step of the way, it was discussed very clearly in public that this is a discretionary pot of funds. So I want to be really clear that if your information is different from that, you've been misinformed. That's been very clear. You can look up the language of the bill and see that most of the language with respect to this grant is about things other than art, even if art is listed first. So all of those other things are not an afterthought either, right? They're very intentional. And we're going to do the right thing, and I have confidence that this board is going to do right by the arts. But sometimes in this district, we're lacking in context. So I think it's important to note that many other school districts are spending most of these funds on the discretionary side, not even any of the things that are listed, and definitely not as much as is being proposed here on the arts. So I'm glad that our district is able to go beyond that because we've managed our resources as well as we have, and we don't have to dip into this pot of money for more of the other kind of discretionary things. So I'm very much a supporter of the arts, and I'm excited for what we're going to do here today. But I have to call out the showmanship that we have seen here today that is shameful. There is a temptation for elected officials to mislead, to make you think that there is a crisis, to appoint themselves the defender. And that's why it's important for me to be really honest with you about what is actually happening here. No one should be fomenting mistrust. Absolutely not. So, you know, we've got direct sources. I think we've linked to them in previous presentations. If you want to go direct to the CDE website to see what the intent of this funding is, it's right there, fully transparent. So I'm going to try to move on, but just wanted to make that point that the discretionary intent was very clear from the inception of this pot of money. So let's move forward to the future. What are we actually going to do with it? I too wish the roadmap could have been completed at this point, but it is important that it be done well, and part of that means including the needs assessment that we actually did last time before completing the roadmap. Of course, you know, we need to hear from folks, and thank you to those of you who have pointed out, you know, that no one has solicited your input yet and given us really good examples of the kinds of things that I think this board really wants to hear. We are focused on equity, on removing educational barriers, and we can't do that without an adequate assessment. And I believe that work will be done. Maybe because I am part of that roadmap development and I have a little bit more of a preview than the rest of my colleagues. I understand that. And I want to agree with the person who said that nothing extravagant is being done there. It's absolutely true, but it does go a really long way towards addressing the historic under-resourcing of arts education. We often speak about arts education adding something extra, something special to the school experience, which is true. But it is also true that it is a part of the curriculum, and today we're going to make a giant leap forward in supporting it accordingly as a part of the curriculum. So I do support the recommendation and hope this board will move that forward.
Isabella?
I just want to start by saying I appreciate all of the comments we received today, and I recognize the effort put in by our community, especially by so many of our educators in taking the time to come here. At the last meeting, I spoke about how I and the other representatives in the Student Voice Council hear a significant amount of concerns from students about a lack of funding for the arts. Most of my friends are also part of VAPA. I have taken VAPA courses, and I have seen firsthand how transformative they are. However, I have also seen how much of our VAPA funding comes from parents and from students. At my school, many of our VAPA programs use the same avenues of fundraising as our campus clubs, despite being part of our curriculum. I can only imagine the even more intense pressure on lower income communities in our district. And in so many ways, VAPA is interconnected with other areas, from academics to social emotional support, as we heard from so many of you today. And we have the privilege of having the support of such a rich arts community. I do, however, recognize all of the need for our other goods and services and why that makes this such a difficult decision. I also appreciate the adjustment of the staff recommended spending plan, and I understand how the suggested spending would undeniably be a huge step forward, but I do still lean toward option one, which prioritizes our VAPA programs a bit more.
So I am probably one of the lucky ones, it sounds, where my school had a very healthy VAPA program when I was there. So I certainly appreciate the need for VAPA programs, and I was one of the people who found community on the football team, but my sister found it in our theater program. So my family was definitely enormously benefited by the VAPA program. And, the reality is that I'm a gay person, and so most of my friends also found their community in VAPA programs. And so I am particularly and acutely aware of the need to continue these programs. The unfortunate reality, I think, and why I'm less concerned about the roadmap and having that ahead of time is that it's not going to be enough. Like, even if we put every dollar from this fund into our VAPA roadmap, it won't be enough. The roadmap, the need is going to be so far beyond, that amount of dollars. And so, for me, it's just how far do we get along that path? And unfortunately, if we were having this conversation a year ago, it'd be a completely different conversation. When we started this conversation, I distinctly remember, that first conversation with Mr. Forcina, and when he was advocating the use of reserves, from the beginning, which you've been consistent. I got to give you credit. We do have reserves, and given the amount of reserves we have, it was an appealing thought when we were just talking about pulling $11 million out of the reserves to keep these ESSER programs going. It was an appealing thought. And then we got the budget from the governor, and we are already probably going to dip pretty deep into our reserves just with what we're doing right now. And taking another $11 or $22 million out of the reserve on top of that would essentially put us in a situation where a year, if we would get through this budget cycle, I think we would be fine. But I don't know that we could get through another one. And that's a scary thought. And so I am not one of those people who thinks right now is the right time to dip into reserves for other things, other than just the absolute need that we have this year in this budget cycle, and probably next year. And so I know that, again, if we were having this conversation a year ago, or maybe even a year from now, when we get a better outlook, that would be a different conversation. But that's not where we are right now, unfortunately. And I want to also appreciate, and I do appreciate the administration for coming back with something different, because I remember the conversation we had at the last meeting. I was not loving our options, and I expressed that very clearly. And to have the administration come back and say, well, we think we can do this, with the goods and services that we have, we think we can do that a little bit cheaper. I appreciate that. That helps a lot. And, as one of my colleagues mentioned, when you take into account the Prop 28 money that's coming in as well, 60% of the funds that are coming in, that are earmarked as available to VAPA, 60% of that is going to VAPA. And that ends up being about $28 million. That's not nothing. That's, a huge boost from what we had before. And so, I agree with, with my colleague that, we need to appreciate that this is a huge step forward, that this is going to be a huge boost. And maybe it's going to be a huge boost for a year, 2 years, 5 years. And then we have to have this conversation again, and we have to figure out where that money comes from again. But I would rather that than not be where we are today. So I think that's important. I also, I appreciate that, not everybody watches our meetings in their entirety. If anybody is curious about how we are spending the ESSER money, and what those goods and services look like, the complete financial breakdown is available in any of our ESSER presentations that we've had over the past 3 years. So, and it does get into a lot of specificity, as I know, having had to read it multiple times. So that is definitely out there. I think, in closing, I will say it is incumbent on us and incumbent on you to make sure that this is not the end. That the outcome tonight, I suspect, is going to not be 100%, of the funding going to VAPA, right? I think it's probably going to be, something more like the compromise that the administration has proposed. And it is incumbent on you and incumbent on us to make sure that, this conversation continues. And that is our responsibility, right? That is the responsibility of all of those of us on the board who have the privilege of serving, to continually bring this up. And I have said previously that there are a number of areas here that I intend to continue to push as priorities. And I hope that all of you will continue to be engaged on this as well, because your voices do matter on this. Your voices matter a lot on this, because we listen. We read every email you send to us, even sometimes they're form emails, and we appreciate that nonetheless. Because it matters. And so please continue to do that. And you have my word that I will continue to do that to the best of my ability going forward. But in terms of giving an idea of where I am comfortable with the 18 and 18. And if that is, I am not comfortable using reserves, but I am comfortable with the 18 and 18, and look forward to hearing what my other colleagues have to say.
Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for coming tonight. I think your child is the most important person in your life, as it should be, or your children. I have 4 of my own and have advocated for the things they need as well. And I really, as a parent, appreciate you doing this for your children. I also, I tend to be on the half full side. The cup's half full. Last week we were talking about doing 38.8% of the funds to VAPA, and I appreciate we found 50%, and 50% first. I love that. We're gonna do 50% of this to this. The funds came out of a crisis of COVID to help children recover from COVID. I think that's, if you read the bill, I think that's clear. I think we have made some excellent programs to do that are really important. And I just don't want people to think voting for or agreeing with a 50-50 split means we don't value VAPA. I value the time and effort parents have put in for band. I was a livestock parent, so I was like cleaning stalls and driving to shows. You guys are driving to band performances. I know it's a commitment. It is a lot of work. I appreciate the support you give our staff, our excellent staff. I've said many times, if you look back on this, I think the title was deceptive. I don't appreciate and I don't mean Mr. Forcina is deceptive. I mean the title was deceptive of this bill, and I don't appreciate the point they put us in over that. And I think VAPA definitely has been underfunded in the past, and so there's a bigger fight because when you've been shorted and you feel like you have a chance to get made whole, it's even more hurtful, and I'm going to recognize that. So, but I'm thrilled. Okay, my kids' K-6 curriculum to have art. I'm holding up paintings and reading the back of them, trying to talk to a class. I'm teaching a GATE class by starting it with classical musical, volunteering. We're going to make some progress. This is good stuff. The Mandarins after school band. Yay. I mean, there's kids that are stoked. They're so excited. They're learning to read music. We're learning to read music. We're learning, which is also math. I mean, and VAPA it's amazing. It's amazing stuff. My kids were in plays. Thankfully, we had teachers who did plays. I've painted a lot of sets. I mean, and it's a group effort, and it's a family, and it's amazing. And I am very excited that we're able to give. So there's things we're doing, and then we're also taking the first chunk of this money and saying, we're going to put $11.7 million away for when we figure out the right thing to do with it, with the roadmap. And I have faith in our staff that they will, and an expectation, if I need to make that clear, that simple answers like the speaker gave us tonight, what do you need to make your band whole, needs to get asked. And there will be a level that we can find to bring everybody up to that level. And I think it's pretty exciting that we're making some planning. We're going to have over $11.5 million to kick in as soon as the plan is finalized and people agree that it's right, that are in the right seat. I'm not the person to sit in that seat. That's not my expertise. And then we have $8 million a year to keep it going. I mean, that was such a huge win. When I started, and I'm repeating many things I said last meeting, I don't know if anybody watched it last meeting, but last meeting to me was the discussion time, and this tonight was more of an action item. But $8 million a year, that's fantastic. And that's not going anywhere. No one's taking any of that. That is all VAPA, and we're all in. And so it's successful now. It's going to be better. We're committing money to it. I feel a huge, and I've seen the good things that come to the secondary idea of giving to the goods and services to keep those going, and I feel they're important to help a broad band of kids recover from the trauma, the scar of COVID time. So I don't believe in dipping into our reserves. I'll go on record. I'm probably one of the more conservative reserve people on the board. If over the last 10 years I've shown that. And that's because we didn't pass out 100 pink slips this year to our staff, which many school districts did if you're reading about across the whole thing. When we asked our staff about spending this money all for kids with our unions, they agreed that was the best thing to do, not to fund their retirement or their other things. They supported this because we believe in doing what's good for kids. And so I just want to respect your true passions and commend your support of your children and appreciate our teachers and what you do for our teachers and staff to let them do what they do. And I am happy that we found a better balance here and would support the suggestion.
Good evening to everyone. I want to take this opportunity to also thank each one of you from the folks that send emails. I read the emails, and the folks that are here, the parents, the students, the teacher, your comments, your emotion is real. I too have 4 students or kids. I too have 4 kids who are students in Elk Grove Unified School District. So I care deeply about their success, their involvement in the activity in school. So thank you for coming out and express your support and your concerns of what is lacking of your child, your students that are needing to succeed in what they are passionate to do. So I appreciate that. There's a lot of things that I already said, and I'm going to be very straightforward to the things that I think that are needed to fulfill the needs in terms of the VAPA and also the other goods and service that are listed here. So I wanted to start with VAPA. I too play trombone when I was in middle school, and it's a great lesson for me personally. And I agree with the folks that came up here about building that community, and other skill sets. And I had that experience, so I agree to that. I see the importance of it, and the fact that our graduation, the sport events that the bands play at, it's very enjoyable and fulfilling to be a part of that, listening group. It would not be the same without the bands. So I commend you and salute you that your performance has a great impact on all of us whenever you play. So that's without a doubt that you're very value to all the events that you involve. So with that said, I think that the homework that I did as far as talking to staff and talking to parents and teacher in the VAPA domain, the one thing that I heard, it's the same thing that I heard here for the most part, and that is, instruments. Instruments need to be replaced and repaired. And I, for one, I'm an engineer. In daytime, that's how I pay my bills. And I grew up playing sports, and having the right tools are very important, right? You can't do your job without having the right tools. And playing instruments and art and in that whole domain, you got to have the right tools. And for me, I think that is a need, it's not a want. So, the VAPA roadmap priorities, that has to be a priority, right? The 11, let's just say if we go with this staff recommendation, the newly revised, for 11.7 million into the VAPA roadmap priorities, that has to be a priority. And I spoke to one of the teacher, in the VAPA domain is, they probably need about $100,000, right, to do repair and replace old instruments. So we may not have enough for it, but I think, to me, that should be a priority. So fulfilling a priority, it's a must, right? And then you could work from there. It's such a sad story hearing from them talking about instruments that are as old as 20 or 30 years, right? And I mean, some of them are great to have it as a, antique, sort of speaking. but as far as, performing at, efficiently at a high level, I mean, you have to have, working instruments, right? So you got to weigh the, the importance of it. So anyway, I mean, you folks got the point. I mean, that is a very clear concern and need from, folks I spoke to, folks that we heard, in this boardroom. So, Nancy alluded to that she's part of the, steering committee. So take this as a urgent, priority to that conversation and make it happen, right? Now, having said that, to the VAPA, I shifted to the good and service. These categories didn't just pop up here, right? As I recall, we spent months and months brainstorming in public settings, having staff, family, students as a committee to really, brainstorm strategically, share what the students, what our staff, and especially the students' needs in going through the COVID-19 as it is a pandemic and that we had never seen before in the globe. And to me, that's real, right? And the aftermath is still here, right? It's like a tsunami. It was done, but the damage is still here. And this COVID-19 is still here. It's 2024. Yeah, it happened 5 years ago, but it's still here, right? It started 5 years ago. And that is not necessary, the continuing being, contract of COVID, but the mental, says, detrimental of going through wearing masks, being in your room, doing Zoom and whatnot, and not being in the classroom with your classmate that you are comfortable with. I mean, all of that, it adds trauma. And some kids, some students are easier to get out of it by, getting counseling. But some, it takes a lot longer. So again, my son, I share a funny story, but it's true too. Like he never had pimples, right? And when he started wearing masks, and within a month, I mean, there's like a whole bunch of pimples, that, that it's a very direct impact, and as simple as that, as far as physical, right? But the mental aspect of it is more damaging than what the physical is. And across the school district, there is hundreds, maybe thousands of kids that are mentally needed help, right, because of COVID-19. So with that said, for me personally, I spoke with Chris as well thoroughly and did some homework. I think that we are not as prepared as we could be. I'm going to be honest, and I agree to some of the trustees that they share. But, I give an example, like, all the software that we use. Why is there always a new version? Because it's never perfect, right? In this scenario, it's kind of like that, And but what we have on the table, we got to make our best decision to go forward. And I think that with this revised staff recommendation, 50-50, I think that's very doable. However, like I alluded to earlier, the key part of this is that roadmap priorities. What is the steering committee going to do to prioritize that funding so that what's most needed will be funded first? And to me, that's the one thing that I'm kind of disappointed too. The fact that we don't have that layout presented here to the boards and to the public to see, because I would have loved to see that, because that would make my decision a lot easier. And it is a majority vote, 4-3, or at least 4 votes. So I'm excited in the fact that we do have funding. And that part, we have to be thankful, honestly, because what's going on in the world, it's completely different from what we're talking about here. I mean, in the big picture, and I like to think of that way as well, because it is the reality. Because we don't just deal with things like this and forget about what's going on. Because when we do that, we lose a sense of gratitude, a sense of appreciation of what we have in front of us. So, but with that said, I'm really happy that we have funding available for us, for the students, and I'm grateful to have heard your folks that came here and spoke tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you again to all the family and staff and, again, students that were brave enough to speak this evening. And I think everybody has said everything. It's my turn. I agree that we all, we don't know the total cost of the hashtag full funds. We don't even know what full is yet. I think, however, this is a first step. I think that for me, looking at the recommended plan, the 50-50, I think that's a first step in being able to start with money. I think there's, as we've said, there's more money coming. And I don't disagree that there's going to be a time where we're going to need to look at our reserves, whether that's to fund the other priorities that we've gone through, as well as VAPA. So I think at some point we're going to need to be able to look at that. So I'd just like to suggest that the board have that opportunity to explore those reserve funds. We are being asked to take action and to vote on this recommendation. And so at this time, I would like to call for a motion. This was supposed to be the time for you to ask questions, and no, you were given your time. Okay, quit, we need.
After you do your presentation, then we discuss.
No, they gave the presentation, that was the time. This was.
Can't we discuss issues amongst ourselves?
That's what this time was for.
Okay, go ahead, Steve. I'll let you go first.
I listened carefully to my colleagues, and a number of things kind of jump up. I heard Michael acknowledge that the money probably won't be enough to cover everything. And that's a primary concern. As I had indicated, and I believe my understanding of the roadmap serving on the committee is really different than my colleagues' understanding. The roadmap isn't going to make any specifications. The roadmap's going to talk about doing things. And those, whatever those items end up being, they will have to be developed. And once they're developed, there will be a cost associated with them. But we don't know what those costs would be because we don't know what those things are going to be. And until we know that, it's hard to say how much is needed. And that's why, I advocate utilizing the total 36 million because we don't know. If we and even with the 18 million, other than the money being set aside for the curriculum and for Mandarin, unless procedures are put in place to do things that are both immediately needed and, if provided, would make changes. Thought I had that off. Is once again is probably not going to be money to provide for the needs, and it's really sad when one thinks of all the things that aren't available and they add up. When I don't care how much money you have. When you split it up with all the sites we have, it doesn't amount to a lot of money anywhere. It goes away pretty quickly. We heard about instruments. You didn't hear about kids playing behind the curtains on the stages where their parents can't see them because there's no room on the stage for all the kids. You didn't hear about the fact that ceramics teachers ran out of clay 2 months ago. We don't hear about the fact that materials that are necessary to do work within classrooms aren't available. We didn't hear about the cameras that the photographic teachers don't have so that all the kids don't have them and they have to share. That the needs are verifiable and they go on and on and on and on. And I guarantee, I absolutely guarantee it, that if we were sitting here talking about football tonight, it would be really different.
Or FFA.
We would provide what is needed, and I support the sports programs. We reestablished freshman football several years ago, and a full complement of sports in 7th and 8th grade. I support sports. What I'm saying is that sports and VAPA have had disproportionate treatment. When we talk equity, all of my colleagues recently sat through 9 graduations and had the benefit of observing the bands. There was a significant difference between Florin and Sheldon and Pleasant Grove and Franklin. And why is that? It's because the kids in Region 1 at elementary don't have the same opportunities because of the cost of lessons and equipment. Therefore, they go into middle school without having had those experiences, so they don't know. And when they finally arrive at high school, it's that handful of kids that did have experiences that end up being in band. I've said it before, we talk equity. I don't believe we necessarily practice equity in a lot of areas, and this is one of those areas. I'm very careful in the statements I make because I could defend my statements. I don't purposely go out to try to mislead people. I listened carefully to the statements that my colleagues made about reserves, And while I believe I understand them, I have to reiterate the fact that even with the reserves, we don't know. We don't know anything, really. We don't know how much the VAPA requirements are going to cost. We don't know how much is in reserves. We don't know how much we can afford to use from reserves. There's many things we don't know. Making VAPA whole, erasing the years of neglect by using reserves, I just can't say it any other way than I've said it, and that's responsible. How much do we need in reserves? We never talked about that. No. We know about the required 2%.
We've had the conversation about reserves and people's different stances on where, for sure.
Pardon me?
When I was president, we brought in the state to give us a presentation on recommended reserves.
Yes, I remember that. Recommended. This board has not made a decision that says that we will maintain a reserve of.
Well, it's because a reserve cap got put into place that made that decision a little bit easier.
Yes, and we bypassed that by putting money in, off on the side. So on the ledger, it says we don't have 10%. We played a game. We are not, you can shake your head. I look at it very, very differently. Yeah, the state, it was said we can't have more than 10% unless it's reserved for something. So we took money out of the cap and we put it off to the side so that we were within the law.
Pay for things like the comparability study that the board wanted done.
But we can't put it for VAPA. Again, everything's a choice, and I know that. Everything is a choice. My choice is vastly different, apparently, from that of my colleagues. I align very, very strongly with VAPA parents, VAPA students, and VAPA staff. I've advocated for VAPA since I've been on the board, fought to have a director position, which has been in place for over 5 years. I think each of you know that I spend a lot of time out in the schools. And I see with my own eyes what people have and don't have. And I hear with my own ears what they tell me they have and they don't have. And this was an opportunity, certainly, to meet all of those needs. Proposition 28 has so many unknowns. We haven't seen or talked about the site plans. We don't know how the site plans are being developed. We don't know whether or not the money that can be spent on materials and equipment is going to be sufficient once these block grant dollars are spent. We're being asked to make just incredibly important decisions without having all the boxes filled. And I'm just not prepared to do that. Thank you, Gina.
All right, I got one. Testing. All right. Yes. Me again. I'm going to wake you up. Again, thank you, students out there. Beautiful speeches. Parents, beautiful speeches. What we do know, the end of federal ESSA funding, 2 critical dates, September 30th, 2024. Deadline to reserve ESSA 3 funding. So we have plenty of time. January 28th, 2025 is the main deadline to spend down ESSA 3 fundings. So, what's the hurry? What's the hurry? We could wait. We should wait for the plan.
We literally
need
have
the
to
vapor
spend those
plan
funds.
to make adequate fiscal decisions. By not doing that, waiting for the roadmap, we're not doing good fiscal planning or decisions.
It's not true.
We do not have a needs assessment. We got a little bit of that out there tonight, but there's a greater need, I say. The evaluations we're still waiting for.
Mr. Pettis.
Data is another issue.
Mr.
And
Pettis.
no equity. Like Mr. Fosina said, there's no equity out there.
Mr. Perez,
Also,
do you
I mean,
have a
foreign-
different, do you have
Excuse
something
me.
to add? I'm asking you, you stated all of those things in your first time.
So?
I'm asking you, no, this is a time, did you have something additional that you needed to say, something new, or a question that you have?
The
Not a
final
repeat.
question is, there's no equity, so
That's
what
not
is
a
the rush? What is the rush of making the decision tonight?
Mr.
when
Hoffman
we don't
tried to
not
answer that
have
question.
a equity map.
He tried to answer that question and you spoke over him. Mr. Hoffman, would you like to answer that question?
Well, there's a conflation of funding sources. So he's speaking about the federal dollars which go away, have to be spent by September of this year. Those dollars that's the ESSER 3 plan. That work, we're finishing that work now, and those dollars will be expended by that date in alliance with the federal recommendations. These are state dollars. We shared the dates with regards to these dollars, and it's June of 26 with this particular funding source, and it's June of 28 with the first block granting. So you're talking about different funding sources using different dates, and then speaking about a different funding source. So it just
No,
it-
not.
you're
Yeah, you're
confusing
trying to
E
people
confuse
because you're
everybody.
not. I'm not
ESSA funds,
confusing
we're
anything.
using ESSA funds for VAPA, right?
No.
Yes? Yes or no?
No.
What is
Not for this VAPA stuff.
What?
There is VAPA stuff in the ESSER plan, but it's
Okay,
not this stuff.
Okay,
Not
so-
what we're talking about tonight.
So here's another question. How much of the 20% set aside for academic impact of lost instructional time of this ESSA 3 funds? Summer learning enrichment, extended days, comprehensive after-school
That is
programs,
not on
extended
this
school year
presentation.
programming. How
Mr.
much
Pettis,
of
that is not part of this
have
presentation.
we set aside 20% of ESSA funds?
More than 20%.
Good. Please prepare us a BC
Please
on that issue.
read the ESSER plan. It's all there.
Yes,
You approved
please.
Already
it.
discussed this.
And by geographical service areas, area 1 and 2.
We don't break things down by board areas.
All
Why
right,
not?
at this time, I would like to call for a motion to approve the staff recommendation for the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant plan.
So move, Madam Chair.
Moved by Ms. Chavez Espinosa, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. Roll call.
Mo-
Roll call vote.
We know who was opposed, sir. Okay, motion carries.
Who did? I didn't hear.
Let's do individual vote, because I don't think we didn't get the actual vote, who's voting yes or no.
He seconded my
Mr. Yang.
motion.
Aye or no?
I like the increase of the VAPA funding, but at this point, there's not enough information for me to feel comfortable voting yes, so I'll vote no.
Ms. Albiani?
Yes.
Mr. Vargas?
Yes.
Ms. Segal?
Yes.
Ms. Chaitis Espinosa.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
No.
Mr. Perez.
No.
Myself as a yes, the motion carries.
4-3.
At this time, we're going to take just a quick break. We will be back at, it is 9:14. We will be back at 9:19. 5-minute break, holding to that. Thank you.
I get a clicker? No problem. It's working. It's working. Got you. I got it. Oh no. Well, you know what? It moves. Okay. It's weird. Is it off to the side? They must have a split screen. Well, Shannon saved mine as a presenter mode, so it shows. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What? Everyone wants to leave? They don't want to stay and hear how there's no money for anything? I have masks. We need extra masks. I'm sure people have stockpiles of masks. Spike is live. Were we back far enough?
Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. And I would like to invite Ms. Amari Watkins to the podium. And we are going to hear for the 2024-25 Governor's May Revision Budget Update.
All right, can you hear me okay? Good evening, President Jamerson, trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues, and members of the public. Tonight, I will be sharing relevant details of the Governor's May Revision Budget released May 10th. Credit goes to School Services of California for the slides in tonight's presentation. As a reminder, here is where we are in our perpetual budget reporting cycle. The Governor first presented his proposed budget for next fiscal year in January. The information provided in the May revision is the latest information we will have as we prepare our 2024-25 budget for review and approval by the board in June. The overarching theme for the May revision is resolving budget deficits in the current and future budget years. The governor proposes significant spending cuts, reductions, and delays outside of the education budget. K-14 education continues to be safeguarded from ongoing program reductions, but this is through proposed measures that are currently under debate, such as depleting the Prop 98 rainy day fund, increasing the funding maneuver introduced in the January governor's budget, and one-time cuts. Our state budget is primarily built off revenues received from 3 tax sources: corporation, sales and use, and personal income taxes. When the 2022 personal income tax filing deadline was extended from April until October 2023, actual revenues were not known at the time the state budget was enacted. The difference between budgeted and actual revenues created an interest by the governor to reduce the amount of the Prop 98 minimum funding guarantee for education to align with lower than budgeted revenues. There are many questions resulting from the January governor's budget. The anticipated COLA dropped from 3.94%, and it was unclear whether the state would be able to afford to fund a statutory COLA. How would the governor's proposed accounting maneuver to rebench Prop 98 guarantee impact district budgets? And were revenue forecasts more accurate than the past year? To address the projected shortfall, Assembly Bill 106, the Early Action Budget Agreement, proposed a mixed bag of reductions, borrowing, deferrals, and cost shifts. It did not make changes to core education funding, but delayed contributions to facilities grant programs. The May revision now proposes to eliminate the delayed facilities investments altogether. Although the Prop 98 minimum guarantee funding levels decreased from January to May, education funding year over year continues to increase. This slide is a visual representation of the Prop 98 reserve balances and the May revision proposal to draw down the entire balance of the reserve over the current and next budget year. As referenced on slide 4, since tax revenues fell short of estimates, the governor's May revision proposes to revise the Prop 98 minimum guarantee. The 2022-23 appropriation above the revision amount creates a significant budget dilemma. The amount of the appropriation exceeds the revised minimum guarantee by $8.8 billion. The May revision expands the governor's January proposal to accrue the impact of excess funding over 5 years. This proposal was being referred to as the maneuver. This image shows the impact on future ongoing education funding with and without the maneuver. If the $8.8 billion is excluded from the minimum guarantee, it could permanently reduce education funding into the future, which makes this approach controversial. Many groups, such as CTA and CSBA, do not agree with the maneuver and questioned its constitutionality. An alternative to the maneuver could include a suspension of Prop 98 in the near term with a requirement to restore funding, which has been done before. This slide offers other alternatives such as deferrals and zero COLA. We learned today that there has been an agreement in lieu of the maneuver, which we will review the impacts on our own budget development as more details emerge. A summary of the risks to Prop 98 shown here is still left to be decided through the final budget deal. The final statutory COLA for 2024-25 is 1.07% after several fluctuations over the last year. COLA is applied to our local control funding formula, or LCFF, to increase base grants, add-ons, and adjustments. The 1.07% COLA equates to between $106 and $129 per average daily attendance, or ADA, depending on the grade level. The COLA is also applied to the equity multiplier funding and numerous other categorical programs. The May revision proposes statutory changes to equity multiplier funding inclusive of COLA. So what does this mean? What does the LCFF mean for us? Assuming the 2024-25 projected average daily attendance at 59,022 ADA, our per ADA funding could range from $12,541 and $12,577 per ADA. The difference is a result of varying unduplicated pupil percentages, or UPP. While only a difference of $36 per ADA, the immediate impact is an additional $1 million in revenue if we maintain our current UPP level. If we drop in UPP, we risk losing additional funding into the future. This is why our collection of UPP data is so important to receive funding representative of the pupil populations that we serve. This slide summarizes the multi-year planning factors. While we see potential increases to COLA in future years, which is dependent on the economy, we also see increases in the CalPERS retirement costs of over 2%, from 26.68% to 29.2%. Other rate increases outside of our control include increases to health, property, and liability insurances from other factors outside of our control, such as changes in the law. This is an example of our future costs exceeding expected revenues based on current assumptions and inclusive of employee step and column and retirement rate increases. COVID-19 protections held us harmless for pandemic impacts on attendance. As those protections go away, funded ADA is also declining. The attendance recovery program was proposed in the January governor's budget to mitigate learning loss and allow for attendance recovery. The May revision proposes to delay this program until 2025-26. The May revision also delays some of the January proposed changes to independent study. The May revision proposes reducing funding for preschool inclusivity, pausing childcare slot expansion, and reallocating funding for the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program. As mentioned on slide 6, the May revision now proposes to eliminate delayed facilities grant funding and include the investments in a statewide facilities bond. The May revision also proposes restoring funding for green school buses that was reduced in the current year Budget Act. This proposal may not make it into the final Budget Act as competing interests are discussed in the legislature. The May revision includes investments in support of special education programs, as summarized on this slide, including applying COLA to all state special education funding. Other notable areas currently missing from the May revision are deferrals, universal transitional kindergarten student-teacher ratio relief, and ongoing core program reductions. The items could show up in the final budget. To balance the budget, if the legislative budget subcommittees can't agree with some of the governor's proposals, alternative cuts will be identified. Our next steps include preparing, presenting, and adopting our 2024-25 proposed adopted budget and LCAP in June. The final approved state budget is anticipated by July. Thank you.
And Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
No, we have no blue cards on this item.
Okay, I'd like to ask board members if they have any questions. I'll start down here with Mr. Yang. Okay.
working? Free meals for all was very positive, but it lost one of the ways we captured information, and we were trying some other things. How is that going?
We're about to start our next year cycle as we start a new school year for collecting for this upcoming year. Last year, we regained about 7% by making a concerted effort to capture all that data. So we need to continue on that to just capture the actual data for people, the students that we represent and the populations we serve. So currently, we're at 56% in the current year. But any change, the assumption here.
And it's 55%, so the cut.
55.
Okay.
Just to note, it is a
Average
three-year
over 3
rolling
years, yeah.
Three-year rolling average. And what this slide, let me go back to the slide, just looked at the impact on the current year, which is averaged over 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So this does not include, oops, I'm doing it on my, go to the actual deck, not my. But on that slide, that just looks at the immediate upcoming year. We are still not in concentration range in that year because it averages over 3 years. There it is.
And so we got back over the 55 mark this year,
Okay.
but it takes three years consecutively to average to qualify, because the previous 2 years we
Okay,
were,
so
we
we're
were
still
below.
without it.
Correct, but we're
But-
rolling towards it if we
But
keep.
we all recognize that the work to get it is worth
Oh, my
it.
goodness,
And
yes.
whatever
So,
we can
yes.
do to help. Okay, that was my question. Oh, can we look at slide 22?
22.
22. Yep. I'm good. Thank you.
Just can you give us a quick preview, assuming you've read it yet, on the agreement, the agreement between the governor and CTA, I think it was.
I have a high-level summary, but I would prefer to analyze that and come back, because I could give you the high level, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to have an impact on us. Right now, I think the overarching summary that I read is talking about, I don't want to say holding harmless, but cost neutral, and making some of the, what's the word, Kristen, for the Prop
It's a
98?
suspension of Prop 98, so we don't have to hit statutory requirements, but that line graph that Amari had on the slide would show what the difference if they had used the maneuver in this 1 year exponentially. It would have been a great decrease to our funding for really indefinitely.
Yeah, so that was a big switch. We got to dig into the details and make sure we understand it, but avoiding the maneuver and suspending Prop 98, that's what CTA, CSBA, AXA were asking to happen, because it doesn't rebench 98 lower. It keeps 98 where it should be, but it recognizes there's a deficit that has to be paid back over time. But in the future years, we don't start from a lower starting point, which is what we would have done under the maneuver, which we all thought was unconstitutional, but minor detail.
So there's,
Yes,
there's
and also unpleasant for us.
There's 4 high-level key points as a takeaway. Maintaining May revision levels of programmatic funding for schools, protecting the integrity of Prop 98, both short-term and long-term funding for education, does not increase Prop 98 obligations as compared to the May revision, and is fiscally neutral and does not negatively affect the non-98 side of the budget. So those are very aspirational points, and I want to get more into it myself to understand it, but it's fresh as of today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and I look forward to your further analysis.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I don't have any comments I can make publicly about the state budget.
No questions, Amari.
Double click for everything.
LCFF per student generates 12,577, correct?
With the current assumptions on the first line, assuming
So, and you have budget reports by schools?
what type of budget reports by schools.
But how much that generates at schools?
We collect ADA, we report as a district, but yes, each school has data that rolls up to a district level. So we get funding by grade level segment across the entire district.
But when a Department of Education requests or gives you or does on-site review audits, you know, they know exactly how many students at each school, correct? And how much that money generates at each school.
Now, Mr. Perez, this goes back to the same concept of the original idea of this new funding formula was the weighted student formula. And that was actually based on kids attending individual schools, and each school was going to generate funding. We've had this conversation before. When they went to LCFF, they went to district averages instead of the individual schools generating the funding. And that actually served us poorly, because we have schools that would have done that are well above the 55% mark, and for the after-school stuff, they're above the 75% mark, and we would have played in all of those extra funding. But when the state decided to do the averages across the district, that ended up hurting us. We were above the 55% for a long time. We fell below it, but it's all because it's done on the aggregate of the entire school or the entire school district versus individual schools. So we've had that same conversation before.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, or does that dollars go back to the schools? Of those
schools don't generate it. The district generates it.
The individual. You said the individual student generates it.
That's the average. That's the average per student.
Okay.
But it's done on a district-wide basis.
Does
if you read the individual LCAPs of each school, you'll see all the funding. Hold on.
Goes back to those schools that generate.
If you read the school's individual LCAPs that we do, all of the funding that goes to those schools is captured there, including their staffing, including everything that comes through. So that's all captured in our site level LCAPs. That's information that's always been there, and it's there for anyone to see.
So can you share that with us?
We've done so many times.
I mean, by school district. I mean, by local elementaries and all that.
Each individual school
has a website, and it has a button, and it says LCAP. And all you do is press it on the cover of every single one of our schools.
I know that. But why have we changed doing reports by districts? I
don't know.
Not by districts, by trustee areas. When we used to do that before. We used to get reports that generated before you were here. We used to get reports. And why is that not done today?
We don't run schools that way.
We run schools by high school regions. That's how we organize our schools.
How can we?
Feeder pattern schools. That's how we do it.
What?
We do it by the high school regions, the feeder patterns into the high schools. That's how we do it.
We didn't do that before. Why the change?
Because it's a more organized way to put the information that actually shows what's going through that entire high school region, middle schools and the elementary schools.
Do you do report? Okay, we know that we do the dashboard report. So does the money reflect outcomes? More money you have in LCFF affect outcomes of schools of those students? Are they being spent on that arena?
Each school develops their own LCAP and uses the funds that are allocated to them to address it. Plus, we allocate staffing based on the direction of the board that goes to each of the schools. So I mean, that's all done. So I don't know how else to answer your question.
Okay, when poor performing schools, do they get more monies? Funding.
There is the new funding source, and it's escaping me off the top of my head. What's the one they identified?
equity multiplier.
And why don't we have those type of funds, reports?
What kind of report? I mean, you go from one thing to the other. Before I answer one question, you're on to the next question.
Okay,
So what's your
one?
question?
I'll wait till you tell me. What you say?
The equity multiplier.
Right.
So that does apply to some of our schools now, yes.
Okay, what schools get it then? How come we can't get a report of those?
We
those
did give
schools?
that information to you.
A what?
Madam Chair, this
We
is
can?
a presentation on the main.
We already
motion. I think
did.
we're off topic.
Do you have any further questions about this presentation?
Hey, I'm just trying to see if there's equity out there. That's all. Asking equity questions.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you. Item 9, public hearing action items. Mr. Riley. This is for the consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to Amalgamated Transit Union ATU Local 256 regarding collective bargaining for 2024-25 school year.
Good evening, President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and staff. Pardon? Oh, is it on? Can you hear me now? All right. Let's see. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following are stipulated for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the district's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice. And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the district's initial proposal. The Board of Education is asked to, 1, open a public hearing and receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to ATU for the 24-25 collective bargaining, and then close the public hearing after listening to comments, and then after doing so, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal. EGUSD's initial proposal is attached.
I would now like to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Vargas if we have any blue cards on this item. Oh, sorry.
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to close this public hearing. And I'd like to call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to ATU regarding collective bargaining for the 2024-25 school year. Do I have a motion?
I move.
It's been moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
What's the total? Yes.
It was unanimous.
Was it?
All right, Mr. Riley, for consideration and public notice of ATU's initial proposal to the district regarding contract reopener for 2024-2025 school year.
Thank you. Also, pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following process is required for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the union's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice. And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public comment, public input regarding the union's initial proposal. ATU's initial proposal is attached. It's recommended that after the closure of the public hearing, the board take action to officially receive ATU's initial proposal.
I would now like to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Vargas if we have any blue cards on this item.
Madam President, we have no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to close public hearing and call for a motion to officially receive ATU's initial proposal. Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay. I would now like to item 11, board member and superintendent reports. Mr. Vargas.
Sure, I'll keep it quick. So the CSBA had their delegate meeting because we as a board have been discussing being more transparent with each other about professional development opportunities. I sent Gina and the superintendent the materials from that meeting so they can distribute it to everybody so you all can see the various things that were discussed and the platform of the CSBA if you're curious. And that is all.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffman?
Yeah, just very quickly, I want to highlight and thank the board and staff, Chad Secondary Ed, and the whole team for pulling off our graduations last week. Amazing, Isabella. Congratulations! That was awesome. The amount of work that goes in to pull it off, to send our kids off in a first-class way at the arena, and that we were at the arena and not at Sutter Health Park burning up. So just very excited about everyone's efforts to make that happen. And again, appreciate the board being there. It means a lot to everybody that you guys are there. So thank you.
Okay, and with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting at 9:46 p.m.